This conference will now be
Yes,
recorded.
we can start.
On your cameras, please. Switch off on your cameras.
Good morning, everyone. Madam.
I'm going to start a formal inauguration ceremony. Respected dignitaries, faculty members, and participants, we are gathered here for inaugural ceremony of the 2-week faculty development program on innovative pedagogical methodologies and tools for effective learning in engineering education through online mode, sponsored by AICTE New Delhi under AICTE Quality Improvement Scheme, organized by Department of Business Administration, Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College. Before starting today's proceeding, I, Dr. Navdeep Kaur, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Administration and Coordinator of this FDP, pays my regards to all the dignitaries present here. Thank you very much. I extend a warm welcome to the Chief Patron of this Faculty Development Program, respected Dr. Sahajpal Singh, Principal Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, and also like to welcome Patron of this FDP, Dr. Parampal Singh, Head of the Department, Business Administration. Now I request respected Dr. Sahajpal Singh, Principal, Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, to welcome the chief guest of our AICT sponsored faculty development program. Sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Navdeep. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Department of Business Administration that they have arranged this program second time on very important topic, which is very relevant to all teachers, irrespective of the branch, irrespective of the field. So on the behalf of Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, I heartily welcome our chief guest, Dr. A.S. Chawla, who has spared his valuable time for inauguration of this 2-week program. I am very thankful that on a short notice, he gave his valuable time to share his precious views with our participants. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome. I welcome all the participants in this program, and I hope that you will get expertise from various people which have been arranged by our organizers from prestigious institutions all over the India. So about this topic, this is need of the hour. We all know that teaching pedagogy is very important, and consistent improvement should take place in pedagogies in all fields. Particularly in engineering, when we talk about pedagogy, it needs a lot of innovations, because we will have to train the students in such a way that they should solve the problem of industry, problem of diverse fields. That's why the method by which we train them, that matters. So on this basis, this program has been designed, and experts have been called from various colleges and universities all over India. And in this program, as I have also seen this program earlier conducted by this department, they have invited the experts in such a way that from all fields, management, arts, science, engineering, they have invited the experts so that we could conclude the best methodologies, best methods from different fields. Actually, this pedagogy depends upon the topic which we deliver to the students. So topic may be engineering topic, may be science topic. So for a particular topic, what pedagogy, what method we use that impacts the learners. And once we give proper um, uh, examples or techniques, use proper techniques to deliver our thoughts, to deliver the idea, only then students can learn properly. And once a student learns this in a proper way, it will help him throughout his or her life, and he will explain whatever he have learned properly uh, to his or her students in a better way. And that's the way that how we develop good manpower for teaching profession. So I'm sure that our learned experts will deliver new methods, innovative methods of teaching during these 2-week program. And I expect that Dr. S. Chawla, who is our chief guest and mentor, a Margdarshak, he will definitely set the tone of this program. And I welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Parampal Singh, Head of the Department, Business Administration, Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, to kindly introduce today's chief guest, Dr. A.S. Chawla, Vice Chancellor, RIMT University. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Latif. Good morning, everyone. Worthy Chief Guest, Dr. A.S. Chawla, respected Principal, Dr. Sahjpal, faculty members of the Department of Business Administration, and dear participants. On behalf of Department of Business Administration and GNDEC, I extend a warm welcome to all on this AICTE sponsored 15 days FDP on innovative pedagogical methodologies and tools for effective learning in engineering education. Teacher has been acknowledged to lead the students from the darkness to ignorance to the light of knowledge. The teacher has been all along designated as a spiritual and intellectual father of a student. And when we talk about the teaching pedagogy, the teaching methods should be adopted according to the need of the moral, social, and mental development of the students. The teaching pedagogy should focus on helping the students for attachment to his or her work, shifting focus from verbalism and memorization to continuous learning, and enabling students to apply practically the knowledge gained in the classroom to various problems confronting them. Since this program has been designed to address the various aspects of innovative teaching pedagogies, hence, to inaugurate, we have among us the finest academician as our chief guest, and I take as an opportunity to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Arvinder Singh Chawla, who is presently serving as Vice Chancellor, RIMT University. With a career spanning over 41 years in teaching profession, Dr. A.S. Chawla has been a professor of management for 2 decades and held several administrative positions like University Syndicate, Senate, Academic Council, Board of Finance, Board of Planning and Monitoring. He has been a member of Senate of Thapar University, Governing Council and Board of Management of RBU, Academic Council LTU, Member Board of Studies and Research Boards of Kurukshetra University. In his professional career, He has also worked as financial advisor in the Kenyan business conglomerate from 1995 to 97. He participated in making markets work and CPCL at Harvard Business School. He was associated with Harvard Business School for coordinating their executive education initiative in East and South African region. He also coordinated various projects in collaboration with the United States Agency for International Development, Ministry of Health, Government of Rwanda. Dr. Chawla is a widely traveled person, and he has been an adjunct professor at Wilkes University, US, and University of South Pacific, Fiji. He has also been involved with universities in more than 2 dozen countries like US, Canada, Germany, Scotland, France, China, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines for ongoing academic collaborations. Dr. Chawla has been a member of various research project evaluation committees and inspection committees of AICTE and NBA, member of expert committees for award for Commonwealth Fellowship, and on editorial and advisory boards of several research journals. He has supervised 25 students for PhD degree and has over 65 research papers to his credit, articles published in reputed journals, and has authored, edited 11 books. He is also the member of the professional societies on the board of directors of Prenet Retail Limited and Forward Market Commission. He is a training consultant with many organizations and private organizations in India and had run MDPs for organizations, namely PSEB, which is now called PSPCL, HSEB, NFL, public sector banks in the areas of leadership, team building, finance, and non-finance executive. He is known for his academics and administrative skills. Dr. Chawla has walked through his 41 years of professional journey with positive approach in facing challenges and has always carried people along towards both organizational and individual growth. I welcome you on behalf of DBA and GNDC. Welcome, sir.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Parampal. Esteemed Dr. Sahajpal Singh ji, Dr. Parampal, Navdeep, all the participants in today's this 2 weeks program, FDP focused on pedagogy. I am extremely grateful to all, particularly Dr. Sahajpal, Parampal, and Navdeep for providing me this opportunity to interact with large number of faculty members. I was just now told before the recording started that approximately 150 teachers are participating in this program, and that also from various disciplines, not only management, but they are also from arts, engineering, different areas in which they all are associated as faculty members. Well, when Dr. Parampal mentioned that I have been in teaching for almost 41 years now, obviously I must have been in classes somewhere 45 years ago. And most of you, those who are participating in this program as faculty, must have been students. We all have gone through the same journey. I may have been in classes 45 years ago. Some of you must have been in classes for some 25 years ago. Some may be 15 years, and some maybe even 5 years. We have spent time period before joining this particular profession in classes in the learning process. Time may be different, but discussion, particularly one particular area of discussion amongst all the students, is the same. It's not a question of 40 years, even if you refer to 2,500 years or 2,000 years. Ever since this profession, teaching and students, is going on, there is one area of discussion amongst the students which is common, always. And what is that? that is to discuss their teachers. We also used to do it. You also used to do it when you were students. And those whom you are teaching now, those whom you are facing now, they must be discussing you people. What kind of discussion it used to be? Once again, I'm mentioning here, discussion is the same. You go to the hostel after attending classes, and in the evening, all of you are sitting, or outside the class, you are sitting in a cafeteria. Yeah, Raj, he was useless in the class. कुछ नहीं करवाया उसने आज. He wasted our time. And the other time, oh, wonderful. Today's session was so good. Everything went in my mind. आज तो बिल्कुल तैयारी करके आया ही नहीं. लगता है टाइम ही नहीं मिला इसको अपना लेक्चर तैयार करने के लिए. These are few normal things which we as a student have been discussing throughout our life. You also have been doing, all of you, those who are participating. We also used to discuss when we were students. We all, when we are students, discuss our teachers. Why do we do it? Why? Are we just interested in that kind of a gossip, or there is some reason for it? There is a reason for it. Because as a student, we always had some expectations. We always had some aspirations. We were going to classes with some expectation that some learning is going to be promoted. And when there were deviations, either positively or negatively, that became a point of discussion for all of us. And then with all those expectations, whether they were met or not met, a stage came when we entered the teaching profession. Whatever were the deviations, if you try recalling, आप सब लोग याद करो, जब से teaching profession में आए, तो whatever weaknesses we used to see in our teachers, whatever wrong things which we used to point out in our teachers, क्या हमने उनको ठीक करने की कोशिश की as a teacher in ourselves? Did we try? We thought that, okay, we were pointing out these few things in our teachers, lekin we must try to overcome all those flaws or gaps which our teacher used to have. We must work out a way that we become better in all those gray areas in which our teacher used to be. 40 years, it has never happened. Because after we came into teaching, we also started following the same kind of pattern which our teachers used to follow. Why? What was the reason? Maybe a soft option, maybe an easy option. That has been one of the biggest problem in our education system in India. We keep on criticizing in terms of the quality, in terms of the right kind of inputs, in terms of what we try getting out of our students. We keep on criticizing our system, but we have never tried to look into ourselves that what we used to expect, are we meeting the aspirations of students in the same manner? I like to be a little informal when I'm discussing this, and Navdeep मेरे को point out नहीं करेगी, इसलिए थोड़ा सा time इधर उधर भी हो गया तो. One day, one of our senior colleague in the university, in sciences department, very, very known. Everybody used to तारीफ उनकी बहुत कि बहुत अच्छा टीचर हैं. कौन? जो हमारे colleagues थे. They used to mention about it. I will not mention the name of the teacher. Incidentally, he used to live close to my house where I used to stay. And a stage came in the year 2003, 2004, that my daughter became his student. He used to teach my daughter, एंड एक दिन मैं सैर करता हुआ अपने घर की तरफ जा रहा हूँ, तो पीछे से उन्होंने मेरे को आवाज मारी, डॉक्टर चावला, आई वांट टू टॉक टू यू। वी वर वेरी इनफॉर्मल, लिविंग इन द सेम एरिया, 5-6 घर छोड़ के आपस में बातचीत होती रहती थी। तो दैट डे ही स्पेसिफिकली कॉल्ड मी फ्रॉम द बैक एंड सेड, आई जस्ट वांट टू टॉक टू यू। बताइए डॉक्टर साहब, कहते आपकी बिटिया जो है ना बहुत नालायक है। You can imagine, you know, the shock it would give it to me. He said, आपकी लड़की बहुत नालायक है, पढ़ती पढ़ती नहीं है कुछ भी। For a father, it was a shock. मैं घर गया, मैंने आवाज लगाई, सुखमनी जरा इधर आना, I want to talk to you for a few moments. तो क्या थी, बोलो पापा। I said, I got a complaint from your teacher that you are not taking interest. She was doing engineering and you are not taking interest in the class. She said, who told you? I said, your teacher told me. Which teacher told you? I said, ये हमारे साथ में रहते हैं। ओ पापा, क्या बात कर रहे हो आप उनको एक सजेशन दे सकते हो? मैंने कहा, बोलो भाई, व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम? शी सेड, उनको बोलो कि जो 35 साल पहले की वो कॉपी, उसके कागज जो है ना बिल्कुल घिस चक रहे हैं, फट रहे हैं, उसको दोबारा रीराइट कर लो। इतने वर्षों से वही वो एक कॉपी लाते हैं, सबको डिक्टेट करते हैं और जबरदस्ती डिक्टेट करवाते हैं, बस। तो हमको क्या जरूरत है? वी आर 4 फ्रेंड्स सिटिंग ऑन दी लास्ट बेंच, ड्यूटी बनाई हुई है, एक दिन एक नोट करेगा, दूसरे दिन दूसरा करेगा, तीसरे दिन तीसरा करेगा, चौथे दिन चौथा करेगा और बाहर जाके उसकी फोटोकॉपी करवाएंगे। Why the other 3 people should waste time? एटलीस्ट उनको बोलो कि कॉपी तो हर साल नहीं लगा के दोबारा नोट बना लिया करो। 35 ईयर की फट रही है उनकी कॉपी। आई वाज शॉक्ड, अगेन शॉक्ड। मेरे को अपना टाइम याद आ गया। हमारे टीचर होते थे माइक्रो इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ाने वाले चंडीगढ़ यूबीएस में। 2 बजे क्लास होती थी उनकी, आगे पीछे कोई बॉदरेशन नहीं। उस दिन लोग 1:30 बजे फटाफट खाना खा के दे वुड रश टुवर्ड्स द डिपार्टमेंट क्लास लगाने के लिए। बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग फिनोमिनन था। क्लास लगाने के लिए नहीं, फर्स्ट बेंच ऑक्यूपाई करने के लिए। दे वुड लाइक टू सिट ऑन द वेरी फर्स्ट बेंच। वो 4 वहां पे सीट्स बनती थी, वो 4, हर कोई उन 4 सीट्स के लिए भागता था। You know what was the reason? Because the professor used to come and sit on the first bench when he was facing, you know, the whole of the class. वो 4 लड़के जो हैं वो नजर नहीं आते थे। उनका फेस ब्लैक बोर्ड की तरफ होता था, टीचर का फेस जो था वो it used to be towards the whole of the class, and these people would not be visible to him. Perfect teacher in terms of mugging up of the book by H.L. Ahuja. एक वर्ड शाम को मैच कर लो कि कोई वर्ड उनके मुंह से छूटा तो नहीं। 2 बजे शुरू करेंगे, 3:10 बिल्कुल कुछ भी उनके फेस के ऊपर एक्सप्रेशन नहीं। He had mugged up the book 600 pages in that particular manner. And why that the race was there? कि जो लोग 4 वहां पे पढ़े हैं, बैठे हैं, they will have a wonderful time to sleep because they are not visible. And we have to be in classes because of the attendance. Otherwise, Dr. T.N. Kapoor कहेंगे भी चलो. And if somebody points out that this is not the right way of teaching because anybody can read the book, then there was another problem कि पता नहीं 2 साल के बाद यदि डॉक्टर टी.एन. कपूर से बिगड़ गई तो जॉब मिलेगी कि नहीं मिलेगी. That would be another problem for. These are the pedagogical issues. These are few things which we have been carrying on for such a long time, 40 years I am saying, and it may have been coming from much bigger time period, as I mentioned. In our Indian system, it is assumed from our childhood that teacher note the right answer. Yes, we have learned in this particular pattern. Teacher know the right answer, but you all management people sitting here, you know it very well that teacher may be knowing the right answer, but he doesn't know the best answer. Best answer sometimes can come from the students. And we have never encouraged that. We have never encouraged a system where student can challenge the wisdom of the teacher. And that is one reason I was going through some statistics. India, 4% in terms of research output of the world. Patents registered, I'm talking about registered, 0.3 of the global figure. How many they are approved and how many are put to commercial use? This is one of the biggest question. And universities in global ranking, you know where we stand in first 100. Nowhere. Our IITs and so big institutions also, they are much behind in terms of global ranking, and we belong to a nation which had the oldest universities in the world. Italy came much later. Cambridge and Oxford and Cambridge came much later in 12th century. Let us talk about Nalanda, Takshila, which used to be even before Christ. And where we stand now. And all these students, when they go out of these boundaries of India, they are the people who are excelling everywhere in the world. Indians. Where is the problem? Why we are not in a position to get all that kind of prestige involved in our profession or in our learning process? It's a big question amongst you people, and I'm once again referring to the same kind of circumstances that our learning processes are not in a position to convince our students. They were not convincing to us also when we were the students. They're not convincing today when you are teaching, and you have to adopt certain methodologies which in a way bring all this community with so much of warmth to you people that learning process is promoted. I visited in a similar program as a faculty in 2002, Harvard Business School, as it has been introduced. It was a 5 weeks program. And basically it was participant-centered learning program for which we were, in which I was to participate. In 2002, I had already put in 23 years of my teaching. I was professor, I was dean. And one interesting thing that I did give an example of one of our teachers teaching microeconomics, but at the same time, there were many wonderful people. He was also a wonderful person. There were many wonderful people who taught through cases even during that time period, 77, 79, I'm talking about. But were we into right kind of a pedagogy when we were discussing even the cases? I became teacher in 1979, started teaching, started using the cases, have been using the cases almost for 2 decades, as I mentioned to you. In 2002, when I participated in that program organized by Harvard Business School, for the first time I realized that I have been doing trash during last 20 years as far as that methodology was concerned. For the first time, I really learned what was the purpose. What was the objective? What was the expected outcome of whole of the process? I recalled at that time, 77, our teacher come to the class and he distributed in accounting for management class, distributed a case. It was called Smoky Valley. It was in Robert Anthony's Valley Cave. I'm using that case even now. Whenever I teach my finance for non-finance executive, that case I refer to even now. Just 1.5-page case. Majority of who had background of commerce, टीचर ने डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया, 5 मिनट में सॉल्यूशन बाहर. And the maximum time taken by our classmate was 13 minutes. Within 5 minutes to 13 minutes, in these 8 minutes, everybody, all 29 students in the class, they came out with the answer perfectly okay. Interesting. In 1985, I attended one program in IIM Ahmedabad. And this faculty development program. And one person, he came, taking up that case in the class, Smoky Valley, in our class. Now I was, a faculty member, but in that particular workshop, I was participating as a participant, as a not as a I mean relating all issues relating to the learning process which we are involved with. Can you imagine that the teacher in this class took 3 hours to discuss that case? I take 4.5 hours now, because purpose was not to come out with solution. Purpose was to learn the concepts and conventions and other aspects related to, and it was made so interesting. बड़ा मुश्किल लगता है accounting for management का paper, लोगों को boring लगता है, in your MBA classes. But if the way it was taught, accounting, इतनी मतलब वो होता है ना, मजेदार कि 2 लड़के 2 लड़कियां एक उसके साथ भाग गया, इतने पैसे कंट्रीब्यूट किए थे, ये किया था, वो किया. It became so interesting that accounting went into the mind without any problem. And I'm using that. I take 4.5 hours, 3 classes of 1.5 hours each to teach that case, and whole of the accounting is learned. Whole of the accounting for management is learned. This is what we, learned in Harvard Business School, because they said case is not a problem solving. आपने क्लास में डिस्कस किया, सबने मिलके कहा जी कि इसका ये सॉल्यूशन है. Tomorrow you get into a job, similar kind of problem comes in the job and you are very happy. Oh, मेरी जेब में है वो तो उसका आंसर. Problem solved. Does it work like that? No, it doesn't. Because parameters changes, things changes, work environment changes. What exactly is required is to develop your mind in a manner that different options which you are able to work out during the discussion, you are in a position to think of another, like 5 different options, 5 different situations. There is one case which I normally take up in my classes. It is Intel story in Costa Rica. It was written by Michael Porter, and he discussed that case for the first time in our class in Harvard Business School. We discussed it for 90 minutes. After that, I have used that case for teaching business environment or strategy or finance or marketing, whatever dimension you want, it is there. 11 different groups of teachers in which I discussed that case, and all the 11 time discussion was different. But what was the purpose? That everybody got so absorbed about the different things which we try to learn about the business environment or the strategies, that whenever they will get into job, it will be much easier to apply their mind to solve the problems. That's the purpose. That's what we are trying to look at. What should be the methodology to teach? What should be the pedagogy involved in different situations, so that our students, they are in a position to learn so easily and comfortably, that goes into their mind so comfortably that they enjoy also and they learn also. I was, going through, there were a couple of points which I noted it down through, one of the speakers who has taken over as the dean of Harvard Business School recently, Shrikant. He, some 3 months ago, was delivering one lecture in one of the FDP, and I log in just to listen to him what he says. And he was very pointed in 4 particular areas when the methodology has to be referred to. That how much is the process of engaging in the class? That's the most important thing. He said, student ko at one particular point of time engaging from, maximum time period is around 7 to 9 minutes. Unless you have some intervention. Because passive learning, listening, आप लोग भी देखना during the lectures which you are going to have, if they are instructional, 5-7-8 मिनट के बाद आप कहीं सैर कराओगे बैठे बैठे, because this is the weakness of every individual, that we are not prone to listen continuously and retain for a fairly long period of time. Our attention, our absorbing is very limited. It's with every individual. And recalling, if it is not associated with any interesting incident, by the time you reach home, everything is forgotten. मैं तो अपने स्टूडेंट्स को ये हमेशा कहता रहा हूं कि रात को जरा 5 मिनट आंखें बंद करके याद कर लेना क्लास में आज क्या क्या किया. If you are in a position to recall everything, you will not require to study, read that for whole of the session. You can straight away go in the exam. But it is not possible, because we all have, limitations as far as our characteristics, personal characteristics are concerned. They are common with everybody. It is not that some people are different, but in these all things they are. So what happens in such cases? What shall we do? Interventions. And intervention will always come by way of some kind of pedagogical tools, pedagogical interventions. I do teach, in University of South Pacific once in a year for a month. I go there to teach a course. I do teach, not now for last 5-7 years, but earlier I used to go to Wilkes University in USA. Their system is totally different. I teach a course for which I have to deliver 12 sessions of 3 hours each. And for each 3 hours, what is expected outcome of that is very clearly mentioned. In the very 2-3 first minutes, I have to explain what we are going to do. This will include a lecture of say 30-40 minutes, which will be supported with some PPT, some visuals. It will have some small film related to that. I normally you all management students must be, gone through the one of the top 5 movies ever made. If you show that movie in the class of organizational behavior, individual behavior पढ़ाने की जरूरत नहीं है. 1 घंटा 50 मिनट की movie, whole of individual behavior is finished. 12 Angry Men is the name of the movie. It was made in 1957. उससे पहले अलग-अलग एपिसोड्स थे, फिर सबको 10 एपिसोड्स को इकट्ठा करके, that became a movie. You can use those different episodes 10-10 minute ke for different interventions also, and you can show the full movie also. No need to teach any book, because person will be perfect in individual behavior after watching that movie. You have to discuss. You show the movie and after that have a discussion on that. इंडिया वर्शन 87 में बना था उसका. द नेम ऑफ द मूवी इज एक रुका हुआ फैसला. हिंदी में है ये. यूट्यूब पे अवेलेबल है. आज रात को देखना, नहीं देखी पहले तो. एंड these are the pedagogical interventions with which students learn and get interested. You can get quality out of the students, whatever kind of quality you expect. If you go through the instructional mode, the same thing which we have been carrying on, that has a limited absorption, limited recalling, limited articulation. It's all passive learning which goes very quickly out of the minds of people. In recent education policy, these points have been raised, because one of the area which became the basis for coming out with the policy was, again, the quality issues. And a lot of focus has been laid on improving the process of teaching, learning, and education, then continuous development of teachers in their professional development. I really don't know how much focus is going to be laid, but as I see just now when Dr. Sahajpal mentioned that you people earlier also organized FDP and now again 2 weeks FDP, this is a great initiative. You must try bringing in people who can adopt to those pedagogies which becomes a learning for you people to be used in the classes. थोड़ा सा interesting बनाओ, लोगों को class में interesting. You have to spend some time viewing movies. कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. कोई visuals, कोई videos which attract the attention of the students. Games, business games, simulations. You want to teach investment management, use all simulation. Jitni bhi ye brokerage firm, ICICI and all these, they have given all those kind of simulation exercises which you can put in. But where is the problem? We still continues to be involved in the same kind of old routine. Why? Because we will have to do all these things first ourselves. Because we will have to learn. Only then we can start using those methodologies, new pedagogies to make our teaching qualitative and interesting for absorption and for retention amongst the students. कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के साथ, लेकिन जो हमारे सिस्टम्स बने हुए हैं उसमें we have become only tuned to one particular kind of a thing. Yeah, degree लो बस, and that degree doesn't have a value when you move out. टेक्निकल एजुकेशन में मैंने देखा है आप तो you are lucky people, working in GNE, one of the most prestigious institution amongst 3 institutions. यदि पंजाब को हम consider चंडीगढ़ को बाहर निकाल दें तो amongst 2, you used to be amongst 3. Tech हो गया, Thapar हो गया, and Guru Nanak Engineering College. These 3 were the reputed engineering colleges from our time, in 70s and 80s time period. You always had an opportunity of having some people who must have been in great, wonderful positions by this time. And they can always share what has been the problem in terms of pedagogy whenever you get their views. They go out, they perform exceedingly well just because there they get that kind of environment where the learning is there. हमारी इस learning को कोई मानता ही नहीं है, चाहे कितनी अच्छी भी क्यों ना की हो. Our students are brilliant. Our students are cannot be so easily matched with students of US. वहाँ के लोग जो हैं वो हमारे जिस तरीके के quantitative skills में and in all these areas जो हमारे Indian students हैं, they don't stand anywhere. Master degree के वहाँ पे classes देख लो, you will find majority Indians sitting in their classes. They are themselves, they are not capable. The local population world over, you go, you will find Indians sitting there learning and then performing. If they can do that, why we are not in a position to create that kind of atmosphere here? And then onus is all on you. My request to all of you, my request, Navdeep, time ki koi problem? I think it's my request to all of you, थोड़ा सा अपने आप को इन्वॉल्व करो, थोड़ा सा अपने आप को डिफरेंट करो, not for the sake of students, for your own sake, because the enjoyment you are going to get, things have become much easy. क्या है वो मिड टर्म पेपर हो गए, उनको चेक करना है, ये वो all those kind of things. लोगों को अपनी फीडबैक टाइम पे मिली नहीं. फिर वो there is one very interesting incident with me. I came from abroad in 2004. For 4 years I was on an assignment from Ministry of Human Resources to East African region as a dean and professor, and I was handling a lot of training in Uganda, Rwanda, based in Kigali, Kenya, Tanzania. These were the countries where I was doing all these kind of activities. I returned in 2004. It was practically getting into my classes after 8-9 years in India. I used to come in between, लेकिन वो वैसा नहीं होता impact. 95 में गए, 97 में आ गए, फिर 1 साल, फिर उसके बाद चले गए, फिर 4 साल. Now I returned and started teaching once again the same paper, accounting for management. Finance was in the university. I may have been doing a lot of training outside in the other areas of leadership and team building, but in my own department, I have been always known as a person of finance. So finance papers were given to me. बाहर से सारी वो लर्निंग बड़ा कमिटेडली इन्वॉल्व होके मैं पढ़ा रहा हूँ. एंड 1 महीने के बाद मिड टर्म टेस्ट हुआ. नेक्स्ट डे आई शाम को मैंने बैठ के मार्क किए. नेक्स्ट डे आई ब्रॉट द पेपर्स एंड distributed it to the students. Everybody failed and I was shocked. मैंने सबको बोला यार, this is a reflection on me, which means that for last 1 month whatever I have been teaching, I have not been in a position to convey whatever was required. You have not learned anything. That is a reflection on me. What has been the problem? Will anybody let me know? Nobody came up saying anything. I again raised the question, what is the problem? Is there any problem in my communication? Is there any problem in my teaching? Kindly let me know so that I can improve. It is a reflection. Again, nobody said anything. Some 10 minutes gone just like this, asking again and again, kindly let me know why you have not been able to fare well. तो एक कॉर्नर से लड़का उठता है, कहते सर प्रॉब्लम लर्निंग की नहीं है, ये तो हमने वैसे ही पेपर जो है वो इंटरेस्ट से दिया ही नहीं. आई सेड व्हाई? कहते हमको पता ही नहीं था कि ये चेक भी होने हैं. आई सेड व्हाट? इफ यू हैव अपीयर्ड, हाउ कैन यू इमेजिन? दे सेड आज तक तो किसी ने चेक करके दिए ही नहीं. It was again a shock for me. I went and talked to the head of the department that what all is happening. You must have seen in school, your kids and all, every day, you know, whatever exercise is given to them, next day that come back. Mothers की यही आदत होती है, फटाफट अपने बच्चे का बस्ता खोला, देखो जो उसने काम किया था वो चेक हुआ कि नहीं हुआ. If the expectation at that time is there, is it not required that when we are teaching at master's level or undergrad level or whatever level, that kind of feedback to the student should be given, so students also get adapt to that kind of learning process कि यहाँ पर तो you have to involve. And today things have become much easier if you refer to some good text. All these tests and evaluation automatically done. Give them the exercises. Instructional material comes to you, which is not available to the student. Book के साथ instructional material आएगा. You give those exercises which are there in instructional material, this thing, and once that is done, put it in your computer and automatically the result of everybody is out. कोई जरूरत ही नहीं है मत्था मारने की, चेक करने की कि हाँ भाई ये करना है, and distribute to everybody. You are, I think you must have been using Moodle, and all these kind of applications are available in that. So things have become much easier, but they will be easier only if first you yourself will involve. And I think these kind of programs, I must congratulate once again Dr. Parampal for taking this initiative. These kind of platforms are the platforms where you can involve yourself in all those learning processes, so that when you go back, get fresh and things changes. And then शाम को जाके जो तसल्ली होती है ना मन में, oh, I did a wonderful job today. That gives you so much of a satisfaction, immense satisfaction. And that is what we are looking for. And that, in fact, we must aspire for being in teaching profession, because that is not the justification which we are trying to prove ourselves in front of the students, but it is trying to prove ourselves in our own heart and mind also. That is something which is very important. I was going through the program which was sent to me by Navdeep. I saw many wonderful names who are going to come and share, amongst the different sessions you are going to have. I'm sure it is going to be a wonderful time in terms of learning processes. Try getting involved into the business games. Try getting involved into, the case methodologies, and also the learn the processes. What outcome is required out of that? That is more important. Cases के बारे में क्या सबको पता है? Everybody knows. But what we want out of that, that is the learning which is required. And these kind of workshops, these kind of programs, I'm sure are going to contribute. This is what AICTE also wants. This is also what our national education policy wants. This is also, we being in education field also wants that must be promoted so that we are in a position to qualitatively improve the lot of our students. I am once again grateful to Dr. Sahajpal, Dr. Parampal, Dr. Navdeep, and all those who have been involved in organizing this FDP for providing me an opportunity to interact with you. I'm sure next 2 weeks time period is going to be, a great learning experience for all of you. Any question, anything you want to ask, I'm available. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I request our respected Dr. P.S Chahal.
No voice? Hello, can you listen to me? No video from your side.
1 minute, sir, 1 minute.
Now it's coming. Now it's coming. Now it's coming. Yeah.
Straight. Yes, thank you, Dr. Navdeep. A very good morning to one and all. Worthy Dr. A.S. Chawla, Vice Chancellor, RIMT University. Sir, you have been very meticulous about explaining the purpose of this program, the teaching pedagogies. Before I extend a formal thanks, I would like to add a few things. It has been reported very often in various newspapers, magazines, in various research surveys that particularly, specifically for the professional courses like engineering, management, India is churning out thousands and thousands of graduates every year. And out of those more than 30-40,000 graduates coming out every year, not more than 20% are employable. So it's a big question mark. It should impel us to think that what is the reason behind it. Maybe this is the reason that our pedagogies are not up to the mark, and because of that the learning process doesn't happen. Teaching happens, classrooms happen, degrees are awarded, but the learning somewhere lacking is there. So Dr. A.S. Chawla has very nicely presented the outline that what needs to be done, what is the purpose of this program. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your valuable time. I also extend a heartfelt thank to Dr. Sahajpal Singh, worthy principal, who has always been a support for organizing such programs, and our HOD, Dr. Parampal Singh, who gathers all the support we need for such programs. I hope this program would put in its best efforts to bring in line all the participants for a worthful pedagogy for the coming times, and I wish all the participants all the best. Once again, thanks to one and all. Now we shall be having a small break, and we shall be rejoining at 11:30 for the first session, which would be taken by Dr. P.K. Tulsi, NITTTR Chandigarh. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Navdeep,
Once
if
again,
anybody have any question? Meanwhile, you are relaxing for a cup of tea. You can always anyone can always ask any query if they have. I am still available. There's no problem. I'm sitting in my office, so anytime, no issues.
okay, sir. Thank
So
you.
may
Thank
I?
you, sir. So nice of you, sir.
That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, Dr. Navdeep.
Hanji, sir.
Dr. Surinder Singh Khullar was asking some question from our chief guest. Dr.
So
Khullar?
am I allowed to?
Yes, yes.
Yes, please, Dr. Surinder.
Sir, I was listening to the entire discussion, and I was actually enjoying and learning a lot out of it. One subject, like you were talking about the videos, it was very interesting to talk about how to motivate the students to learn through visual, that is videos and all that. So when I talk about a subject, something related to operations research and especially statistical analysis, and whenever I attempt to explore the videos on YouTube and other sources, I find myself, unlike marketing and HR subjects, which are more interesting analytic story-based videos, role-play videos, it is very difficult to find the same context of statistical analysis. It's more confined to domain area only.
Understand, there are some areas, particularly, when you refer to quantitative analysis and, mathematics, operations, in all these areas, I can understand visuals may not be available or films cannot be available, but there is a different kind of way used for these also. For example, हम क्या करते हैं मैथमेटिक्स में, याद है हमारे डॉक्टर जिंदल हुआ करते थे डीएवी कॉलेज चंडीगढ़ में, इतने संगीत के साथ उन्होंने आके ट्रिग्नोमेट्री करवानी, बड़ा मजा आता था करने में, अलजेब्रा आल्सो एंड ऑल दीज सब्जेक्ट्स. इंटरेस्ट जो इन्वॉल्व करना ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि क्यों लोग इतने बंसल साहब के पास जाते थे कोटा में. Do you think that he was going through so much deep learning and those, what was the process? लड़का वहां पहुंचता है, कुछ नहीं पढ़ाया, कल को ये 10 क्वेश्चन करके लाने हैं, ये सारी एक्सरसाइज करके लानी है. That's a challenge. Nobody in accounting in Harvard is teaching, debit and credit. That you have to do yourself. अब होना क्या है कि जब आपने कोई सब्जेक्ट लड़कों से अपने हाथ से करवाना शुरू किया, then he will be held up somewhere कि ये नहीं आ रहा, ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं हो रही, and your intervention at that time that okay, this is where you are committing an error, try to do it like this, he will never forget. But if you will do it yourself teaching him, learning will be over by evening. In these particular subjects which you are referring to, you have to put them doing exercises. लेकिन हम अपने आप को प्रूव करना शुरू कर देते हैं क्लास में. आपने देखा होगा जो अंग्रेजी के टीचर है ना, वो इतनी डिफिकल्ट वर्ड लाके अपने लेक्चर में इन्वॉल्व करने की कोशिश करेंगे, ये नहीं पता कि आगे वाले को समझ भी आना है कि नहीं आना. Particularly, all these subjects which you are referring to, teachers start proving himself. Normally we say professors जो होते हैं ना, they love listening to their own voice. This is one habit which we develop over a period of time, and this is what is happening when you have become so much comfortable solving all those questions on board. वो आप ही करते जाओगे, लड़के का माइंड बीच में से इधर उधर हुआ, फिर वो ढूंढता रहेगा कि इसका क्या है. But if you put your your student into a task, ये करो, मेरे को नहीं पता, जैसे मर्जी करो, पूछ के करो, किताब खोल के देखो, कंप्यूटर में खोल के देखो कैसे ये हुआ है, and then if he gets stuck up and you assist him, you will find that वो वाला पॉइंट वो जिंदगी में कभी नहीं भूलेगा, he will never forget. So you have to adapt to your own methodologies as far as different subjects are concerned. There are different subjects, different methodologies. Now, for example, law hai. Now, in case of law, what is suggested? What is based? You know, how whole of this education in law is based? It is based on all precedents, all old cases, studying of all those things. Medicine है, किसी बंदे ने अपना पहुंच गया, एक डॉक्टर तो है जी बुखार है. I remember one of the instances, one of my friend, he's a quite known cardiologist, Dr. Tarlochan Clare, P.S. Clare. We were on a mountaineering expedition way back in 1979, and he was our expedition doctor. So we became very, very friendly. He was in PGI at that time, in a resident in PGI. तो जब वापस आए तो हम कभी कभी उनको मिलने चले जाते थे. तो ही सेड, यार जब आना हो ना तो रात के 9 बजे के बाद आया करो. जब मेरी इमरजेंसी में ड्यूटी होती है, काम वाम नहीं होता, तो उस समय वी कैन रिलैक्स एंड हैव ए कप ऑफ टी एंड डिस्कस. एक दिन मैं चला गया, 9, साढ़े 9 का टाइम था. ही हैड टेकन द राउंड ऑफ इमरजेंसी, उसमें ड्यूटी थी. एंड आफ्टर दैट ही केम टू हिज कैबिन एंड वी वर सिटिंग, एंड पीछे से जोर जोर से चिल्लाने की आवाजें आनी शुरू हो गई. नर्स आई, कहती जी कि वो वाला पेशेंट जो है, कोई बात नहीं, नो प्रॉब्लम्स, कर रहे हो ना सारे टेस्ट वगैरह. अब आप यहाँ पे किसी के पास चले जाओ, वो क्या करेगा, दो यार इसको फटाफट इंजेक्शन दो पेन किलर का, या वो दो, ये 5-6 दवाइयां दो इसकी वो. बट ही डिडंट. ही सेड अनलेस वी फॉलो द प्रोसेस, ही डिडंट गिव एनी मेडिसिन. एंड तीसरे दिन मैंने जाके पूछा, फिर मिलने चला गया. मैंने कहा यार वो पेशेंट उस दिन क्या था उसका? कहता कुछ भी नहीं. वी एक्सप्लोर्ड एवरीथिंग एंड वी फाउंड दैट all the possibilities, because in those professional institution they work in medicine by the process of exclusion. ये नहीं है, ये नहीं है, ये नहीं है, इसको यार पानी पिलाओ, कहो ये दवाई है, अपने आप ठीक हो जाएगा. These are the kind of things in medicines which work. So everywhere you have to go through different methodologies, different subjects. Let us not try saying this. आप ऑपरेशन रिसर्च में, मैथमेटिक्स में, you can get involved into games, mathematical games, put them into games, and the learning process will become simpler for them. But उसमें आपको अपने एक ईगो के साथ प्ले अराउंड करना पड़ेगा कि भाई नहीं, वो भी आता है उनको भी. जैसे कंप्यूटर्स का शुरू में होता था 1998 के आसपास, मेरे को मालूम है. तो हमने सोचा हम भी कर लेते हैं यार, पढ़ना थोड़ा बहुत, तो सीखना शुरू किया. कोई कंप्यूटर का इंस्ट्रक्टर सिखा के राजी नहीं होता था. बैठ के उसने बोलना, यार ये क्या है, ये ठीक नहीं हो रहा, वो आएगा, ये हो तो गया. बट ही वुड नेवर टेल यू, बिकॉज ही वुड लाइक टू हैव द कमांड इन हिज ओन हैंड, कि किसी को पता ना चले. वी हैव टू कम आउट ऑफ दैट psychology. We have to pass on what we know, and that passing on, you will see, give much more regard and respect to you, कि वो लोग आपको सारी जिंदगी इस तरीके से याद रखेंगे. हमारे हैं एक कलीग थे, अब लिविंग इन वाशिंगटन, सियाटल में, इंजीनियर चड्डा. ही यूज्ड टू टीच, शायद आपके यहीं पे ही पढ़े हुए हैं, गुरु नानक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के, वे बैक इन 1974. he joined as a faculty, in 1985. तो मैथमेटिक्स पढ़ाने का ऐसा था, लेफ्ट राइट, इतने अच्छे तरीके से वो करते थे, लड़कों को फटाफट समझ आ जाता था. And none of the other person who was teaching mathematics was in a position to do. वो बंदा कहीं भी, सबके लोग भूल जाओ, किसी को मिलो ना 20-25 साल पुराने किसी स्टूडेंट को, घूम फिर के वो चड्ढा साहब का क्या हाल है, उनको हर कोई याद करता है. These are few things which we relish in our life, that if you are remembered, that gives you a lot of satisfaction.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for that.
ठीक है नवदीप, ठीक है डॉक्टर परमपाल. Okay, thank you very much. Yep.
Thanks a lot, sir. It was really great. It was always a delight to listen to you.
Welcome, always welcome.
Thank you.
I'll be coming someday.
Sure, I'm waiting for that day. Please.
This
multinational
conference will now be
companies.
recorded.
Real
This
skills,
conference will now be recorded.
real
This
skills are
conference will now
concerned,
be recorded.
because this is another opening for the people from the who graduate. So they don't look to the jobs, but the people who set their own ventures or start their own industry, they are the persons who need to possess entrepreneurial skills. And the people who join the job, maybe they need entrepreneurial skills to excel in their jobs. So if a person is to be competent, that means the person need to possess the three things: knowledge, skills, and attitude. And outcome-based education, which has been accepted by the technical education system and the new education policy, but also make it imperative for general education to go in for outcome-based education. The basis of outcome-based education is the learning outcomes. And the whole process starts with specifying what will be the outcomes of any education system. And based upon that, the curriculum, the teaching learning strategies, and the assessment need to be aligned to those learning outcomes. The whole process starts with specifying those competencies which need to be possessed by the graduates from any system, whether general or technical education. And we are all familiar with, because when we look at the outcomes, these have been specified by ABET in terms of graduate attributes, and those have been accepted by the technical institutions which have gone in for accreditation as program outcomes. And then program outcomes are further classified into course outcomes. And you will also agree with me that when we look at any program, it consists of number of courses. And these number of courses are organized into 3 years if it's a diploma program, into 4 years if it's a BE degree, or if it is master's, again is 2 years, and if it is, for example, MBA, again 1.5 or 2 years. Then you have, each course consists of topics. And this is how the breakdown takes place. But when we look at the outcomes, it is not top-down approach, but a bottom-up approach. That is, if you have topics, one topic may take one lecture or classroom engagement. Another topic may require 3 to 4 classes. Another may require 6 to 7 classes. So that means a topic needs to be broken down into the lessons, and we need to, as teachers, we need to pay attention to the lesson level outcomes, because the attainment of lesson level outcomes will ensure the attainment of topic level outcomes, then the course outcomes, and ultimately the program outcomes. And there are 4 basic terms which are used in the context of outcome-based education. The very first one is the program education objectives. Now, when I say program education objectives, hello. When we say program education objectives, it refers to what a person will be able to do after 4 to 5 years of graduation from an institute. Now, if I say 4 to 5 years, that means a person who has graduated in 2019, by the year 2024-25, where the person will be placed. It refers to career and personal goals of an individual. Now, a person who has done MBA, maybe the person is at a managerial level and working in an organization, or a person may be at the last leg of pursuing a PhD in the management area, or if a person has joined a job, maybe the person is working in an educational institution or any other public organization. Or if an engineer, say civil engineer, the person may be working in a PWD department, or maybe a person is pursuing PhD, or a person may be working as a junior engineer in one of the departments, or the person may have started his own organization. So POs are the what a person will be able to do after 4 to 5 years of graduation from an institution. And these POs are set in terms of the competences which need to be possessed by the individuals to work efficiently and effectively in the field. Then POs are broken down into POs. POs refer to program outcomes. Program outcomes simply refer to what a student will be able to do on completion of a particular program. And when I say completion of a particular program, so if a person is doing undergraduate program, then the person after 4 years, what he'll be able to do. And then POs, then comes course outcomes, that on completion of a particular program, what a person will be able to do. For example, if a person has studied a course on software engineering, then what a person on completion of that particular program will be able to do. Then lesson level outcomes means the course is broken down into the topics, and topics further broken down into lessons. So in this session, I'm going to focus, because all these outcomes have relevance to the Bloom's taxonomy, the revised. I'll be focusing primarily on, as a teacher, I'm concerned with lesson level outcomes. And as I said, what are the various things we learn? A particular subject, if you try to analyze, or a course you want to analyze, you will agree that it consists of verbal information, which consists of factual information and the labels. Now, when I say there are two types of motivation, intrinsic and extrinsic, or I say communication can be categorized into horizontal communication, vertical communication, and diagonal communication, or communication can be classified into formal communication and informal communication. Or I say there are two types of soil foundation, deep foundation and shallow foundation. Or there are three important parts of computer: the monitor, the keyboard, and the CPU. This is nothing but the piece of factual information. And labels are the names given to different objects, different tools, different techniques. Whatever label the name is given to identify, that is referred to as label. And if I take an example, when you say it's a meter, it's a ammeter, it's a voltmeter, it's a drill machine, it's a lathe machine, or it's nothing but a name given to a particular object. Then, as a part of any course, what we learn are the concepts. And concepts, if you say, are the category names. which have certain essential attributes. Now, concepts in any subject can be further classified into defined concepts and concrete concepts. Now, when I take an example, say it's a gear, it's a gearbox, it's an accelerator, it's a brake. What are these? These are concrete concepts, or I say engine. It's a concrete concept. I can pinpoint there is a referent available for the engine. But when I see effectiveness, reason, adequacy, appropriateness, these terms concrete, we need to term only with are defined. What a student are and what is a knowledge is a concept. Any principle is a relationship between two or more than two concepts. We talk in terms of principle on solve problems. High learning play ability to evaluate and ability to create something. We'll go into details when we deal with learning outcomes, and then we also acquire psychomotor skills, that is ability to do certain things with rapidity, accuracy, and smoothness. Maybe I'm able to drill, I'm able to operate a lathe machine, maybe I'm able to measure the voltage, maybe I'm able to measure the current. This is nothing but skills. Or when I say communication, communication itself is a skill. Or when I say running is a skill. Attitudes. Attitudes are the mental dispositions to react favorably or unfavorably to objects, to phenomena, to process, to persons, etc. And we acquire hello, Dr. Navdeep. Hello, hello, Hanji, what has happened? Are you able to hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can listen to you.
Acha, I am getting a unmuted, muted, okay, let me go to, okay. Then attitudes are the mental dispositions to react favorably or unfavorably to objects, phenomena, process, persons, etc. And it has been rightly said that attitudes determine your altitude in life. So maybe you possess the knowledge and skill, but unless and until you possess the favorable attitude, you will not be successful or you cannot become effective. And then what is required is the cognitive strategies. Cognitive strategies refer to ways and means of managing one's thinking and learning. For example, when you read a book, different people have different ways of reading a book. Some person, they underline each and every word that appears on the page. And there are few others who will take copious notes and will remember the information. There are others who never put a mark on the book but able to retain the information and recall the information when it is needed. There may be other individuals who just highlight the main point on the page and are able to remember and recall the information. So, how a person locates the information, remember the information, recall the information when it is needed, apply that information in situation and solve the problems. These ways and means are referred to as cognitive strategies. These are the basic things which an individual learn while he undergoes any formal education program, and therefore it becomes essential to specify learning outcomes with respect to any content which is being taught. And as I said earlier, learning outcomes are nothing but statement regarding what a student is able to do at the end of unit of instruction. That unit of instruction can be a lesson, can be a topic, can be a course, can be a program. So you can think of specifying learning outcomes at various levels, and thereby in the outcome-based education, we are focusing on program outcomes, course outcomes, and then further course outcomes are broken down into topic level outcomes and lesson level outcomes. There are few examples which I would like to share. For example, when I say define, these are from random topics. Define efficiency, define programming, compare diesel engine with petrol engine. The opening clauses at the end of unit of instruction, the student will be able to, or student is able to define efficiency, define programming, compare diesel engine with petrol engine, differentiate between deep and shallow, foundation, differentiate between stack and array, identify the mistake in the program written in C++, or write a program in C++, or design a staircase for 3-story residential building. Some examples from management: define human resource development, explain the concept of HRD, apply the reinforcement theory of motivation in a given organization, analyze the existing performance appraisal policy of your institute, select an appropriate organizational structure for Punjab State Board of Technical Education, formulate an employee development policy of your institution. Now, why I'm giving these examples? Because if you look at these examples, you will see that each example starts with an define action verb, compare is an action verb, different action verb, or select action verbs. So learning outcomes, they start with action verb, which is specific, which has one and only one meaning for different individuals. When you use the term understand or know, it is amenable to different interpretation by the different individuals. But when you say define, everybody knows that definition, there is a standard definition, and a person is expected to give that standard definition. And when I use the word explain, how define differs from explain, expect a person to explain in his own words by giving few examples concept of human resource development. And when you say apply, that means whatever the person has learned about the reinforcement theory, he's applying that in a new situation. So you want the person to apply the learned concepts, principles in the field or in the day-to-day life. Analyze again has one meaning, breaking down the whole into its constituent parts. So you are trying to identify the strengths and weaknesses of performance appraisal policy. Then select an appropriate organizational structure. So when somebody has to select, then he has to compare the pros and cons of various organizational structures, and then take a decision which organization structure would be best suited to the Punjab State Board of Technical Education. And then formulate an employee development policy. It means that a person is required to create something out of whatever he has or she has learned. So when I say all learning outcomes start with an action verb, which is very specific, so the characteristics of learning outcomes is they are specific. They start with action verb. And anything which starts with action verb, that behavior is to be demonstrated by the learner. So the student has to demonstrate that behavior. And this behavior which a student demonstrates is observable and thus measurable. Now, if you say define, a person can orally define or can define in writing. And that definition can be compared with the standard definition, and thus the behavior becomes measurable. And these learning outcomes are attainable or achievable because at the end of, if I say lesson level outcome, the outcome will be attainable at the end of the lesson. If it is outcome at the end of the topic, it will be attainable on completion of the topic. If I say the outcome, that is course outcome, it will be attainable at the end of course. And these are thus realistic. And these can be attained within a specified period of time. So lesson level outcome may be at the end of 1 hour. Course outcome, if it's a semester system, maybe we are able to achieve it on completion of the course after 6 months. If it is a program outcomes on the completion of 4 years, we are able to achieve those outcomes. And in the beginning, I said that learning, what we learn are the knowledge, skills, and attitude. So the learning outcomes have been classified into 3 domains. Cognitive domain, which deals with the knowledge component. So any learning outcome which deals with acquisition of knowledge falls in the cognitive domain. Psychomotor domain, all learning outcomes that relate to acquisition of skills fall in the psychomotor domain, and any learning outcome that deals with the attitudes, soft skills, they fall in the affective domain. So let's quickly go to the first, that is the cognitive domain. And here you can see that we have, this is the Bloom's taxonomy, which has been accepted by the outcome-based education, and we have been using it in the area of educational technology. There are 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy. Before I explain this, let me take the very first thing. Think of the mental process you use to learn the name of a machine, the symbol of hydrogen, the value of pi, the advantages and disadvantages of metals and non-metals, the parts of computer, the statement of rules. Now here, if you have to remember this kind of information, it primarily consists of the factual information. And to learn the factual information, what a person is required to do is to enter into the rote memorization. So remembering is the process which is used to learn the factual information or the labels or the names which have been given to various objects. Now see the difference when you say remembering. These are some of example verbs which can be used to write learning outcomes at the remembering level. Now, for example, the definition, the initial learning is through rote memorization. We mug up, we rote memorize. Ratification, what we call as, is the process which we use to remember the definition of concepts, the definition of terms, the statement of rules, the names of various things, and names of the various types which have been given there. So when we say define, this is nothing. State is the verb which is used to write learning outcome at the remembering level. Labels are parts of a late machine. Now labeling is also where it requires rote memorization. Naming of types of soil foundation or types of motivation or types of communication is nothing but the learning outcome at the remembering level. Likewise, if we have to give the full form of the abbreviations or we have to write the formula, maybe statistical formula for calculating mean or median or T or ANOVA, then this is nothing but simply reproducing the things is nothing but remembering. Or we need to identify the given objects from the given, then it is nothing again is remembering. Or enlisting the chemical or physical properties of any material is the learning outcome which falls at the remembering level. Now let's move to, if we have to now learn derivation, chemical equations, reactions, concepts, maybe triangle, force, start, efficiency, motivation, communication, conflict, decision making. These are nothing but concepts. And you want to write a program, so number of procedures we learn, or there is a procedure to solve a mathematical problem, or there's a procedure to write a précis, or a person needs to interpret the relationship between two variables. Now, if all this is to be learned, and we have learned over the years, then rote memorization is not the process which is required, but what is required is the understanding. You cannot derive relationship between two variables if you have not understood the concepts, or you cannot interpret the relationships if you have not understood. You may remember the steps, the headings, but you cannot explain those steps unless and until you have understood those concepts. So second level of learning is the learning outcomes at the understanding level. And few examples, when we say explain the concept of software, that means you expect the learner to define software, explain the concept in his own words, give example, one or two examples of the software. Likewise, explain the process of communication. So the person is likely to elaborate on the process and build up the explanation for that. Differentiate between digital and analog communication. or distinguish between teak and salvan wood. So when a person is required to differentiate, that means he has understood the concept, he understood the characteristics of teak and salvan, and then he's trying to compare these two. Or the person is trying to interpret the relationship between voltage or current or stress and strain, or the person is trying to intelligence and achievement and so on. So when you are using the verbs explain, differentiate, distinguish, give, interpret, project. So these are some of the sample verbs which are used to write learning outcomes at the understanding level. And then what we primarily understand are the concepts. And here, models, theories, we understand. And now think in terms of when we say that a person has learned a rule. Maybe it's a Newton's law, it's a Young's law, Joule's law, or principles of thermodynamics, or these are rules for differentiation or integration, or maybe rules for communication, rules of interpersonal relation, rules of building an effective team. So when we say a person has learned the rules, when a person is able to apply these rules in day-to-day life or in the world of work. So learning has taken place with respect to the rules when a person is able to apply the learned rule in a new situation. What is important is a new situation. Maybe, for example, I, as a small child, has learned the rule of addition subtraction. Now the child goes to the market and you have given 100 rupee note to the child and you ask him to bring a loaf of bread. Now when the child returns, you ask him, beta, how much is the balance? Now if the child has learned how to subtract, he is able to apply the learned rule and give you the balance and give you the exact figure. This is where what is expected of any diploma holder, any degree holder, or any graduate or postgraduate after he or she completes is that whatever concepts, principles the person has learned, the person is able to apply those learned concepts and principles in a new situation. And some of the examples here you will find when we use calculate, transmission losses in a given locality. So now you are not giving a hypothetical situation, but you are giving a real life situation, and the person is likely to determine or calculate the transmission losses in that particular locality. Or you say, if you exert a force on the wall, what will be the force exerted by your hand on the wall? So this is where you are trying to apply the rule which you have learned. Or when we say demonstrate. Now this demonstration, when we travel in a bus, we keep our face in the direction in which the bus is moving. So you are demonstrating the application of principle of inertia of movement. Or when you shoot a underwater target, then it is nothing but you are using a simple principle of refraction. So in day-to-day life, or in the world of work, the application of learned rules is what will be demonstrated by an individual if he or she has learned the rule. So the terms we can use as calculate, determine, demonstrate, apply, find out. So even solve, that can be the verb which can be used to write learning outcomes at the applying level. Then comes the next higher level of cognitive domain learning outcome. Now see the very first three learning outcomes. Identify causes for failure of a given late machine, explain the reasons of cracks in a given building, Locate the fault in the program written in C++. Now, if something is given and you have to identify strengths or weaknesses or causes or reasons, that means it requires an ability to break the whole into its constituent parts. So it is nothing but ability to analyze. So that means the next higher level of learning is analyzing level learning outcomes. Now go to another 3. Select an engine for a given multi-utility vehicle. Select appropriate reinforcement technique for construction of a bridge with the given specification, or select an appropriate security tool for ensuring security of data and information of a given company. If we look at these 3, this is not only analyzing, but it goes above that. That means a person is required to compare, first analyze the various types of engines. He has to determine the worth of that engine for a multi-utility vehicle. And then the person has to take a decision. So what is included here is ability to evaluate. So when a person, wherever there are 2 materials, 2 techniques, 2 methods which can be used, then a person is required to evaluate. So analyzing level learning outcomes, then we have next higher level learning outcomes, that is at the evaluating level. And when we say design a component of a machine, write a program in C++, or create a local area network, or develop an algorithm to provide similar choices to customers based on their selections. So design, write, create, who can do it? The person who has acquired the ability up to the evaluating level, and now the person synthesizes the whole knowledge and tries to create something new. So what is the capability required is analyzing, evaluating, and creating. So these are the next 3 higher levels of learning outcomes which are to be written. Now let me go back quickly to the figure which I showed in the beginning, that Bloom's taxonomy, and I have written original terms and new terms. So learning outcomes in the cognitive domain can be written at 6 different levels: remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. See the difference. When 1956 Bloom's gave these terms, he used the term knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. These means that these were used as nouns, and knowledge was considered to be the lowest level of learning. But now the revised taxonomy use the terms as verbs, and they indicate the mental processes which are used by the individual to learn those things. So what is remembered is the factual and the verbal information, or the labels. Understanding means the learning of concepts, the learning of theories, the learning of procedures, the learning of methods, the learning of models or structures. And what is primarily applied are the principles and or the concepts and the theories which are applied in a new situation. And then learning outcomes at the level of analyzing, that is identifying strengths and weaknesses, reason, and so on. And now you see, earlier the Bloom had kept a synthesis at number 5, evaluation at number 6. And in the new revised taxonomy, evaluating is at number 5 and creating is at number 6. Because it has been now accepted that if something has to be created, then a person need to evaluate its worth and determine its worth in a given context, that take a decision to apply that and solve a given problem. So evaluation has been kept at number 5 and creating comes at the number 6. And here you can see that this is the revised taxonomy which is available. So learning outcomes in the cognitive domain can be written at 6 different levels. Now we move on to the second domain, that is psychomotor skills, because any graduate would acquire a number of skills. But before that, just have a look at the verbs which can be used at, I think I have given the example, so I'll take more example. Before I switch over to the skill learning, let's have a quick recap, and I would request, I'm going to put this Google form link in your chat box, and you can click this link and you can take few questions which will assure that we have understood the concept clearly. Now here, ma'am, chat box. Can you guide me, Navati? Where is the chat? Where can I put the question? Right here. Right. So here is the chat. I am including, type the message. I am giving the link here. So please click the link and you will be taken to the Google form. There are 7 to 8 questions. I would request all the participants. We have at present 38 participants with us. So I'll request the participants to complete that Google form. You will be taken to GNE learning outcomes. I hope the audience is able to see, or the organizers can let me know. Are you able to see the Google form? Are you able to access? Dr. Navdeep?
No, ma'am.
Click, the person has to click this link or copy the link and paste in the web.
Ma'am, where you
Copy
have
the
shared
link.
the link?
I have shared the link in the chat box. Thank you
Yes,
so
madam.
much. One of the participants have given. Thank you so much. It is voting, so I'll request all the 7 to please go to the Google form. There are quick 7 to 8 questions, and you have to simply classify whether the outcome falls at which level: remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, or creating. So Nupur, Karan, and HP, they have all said it is opening. Navdeep, okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. So quickly, we have 5 minutes. So I've already got 2 responses. So I'll request the others to quickly read through and just put a tick mark on all the questions. So I've got 3 responses by now. Just 5 minutes to complete. It is already 12:15. So we'll be stopping this at 12:20. 4. As a simple recap of what we have learned. So eight persons have already completed. Thank you. Others 9. I'll say quickly do it. It doesn't require much time. 10. Read carefully and then put a tick mark. We are stuck up at 10. 11. 2 minutes left. I'll say 12. At least 50% responses should come, if not 100. Though I am expecting 100%, but we have got 12. So Dr. Subbarao, Dr. Apu, Dr. Ruchi, thank you. $14. Okay, 5 more to go. F for 50%. 38 members are there, so at least 90. So let me, I think, still 1 minute to go. 15. Otherwise, the audio and video is clear. Navdeep ji? So Aarti, Sharmila, both have completed. Thank you for the comment, Karan. So let's go back to, I think my screen is gone now. Fine, okay. So well, friends, we got 17 responses by now. 20, good enough. Those, let me just show you the responses. I hope you are able to see the screen and how easy it is to use this Google form, where the very first question was design an engine. And it is the highest level of learning, and 32% of you have rightly identified it is creating learning outcomes. Those who have written it is applying, application is right, but it was designed. So somebody is designing something new. So it is not simply application, but it is creation. So it comes at the level of creating. And when you create something, applying is already subsumed. Then develop a software, again, is at creating. And many of you, 50% of the group have said that it is at the creating level. Again, 23% have said it's applying. But you need to see that when you develop something, it requires application, but at the same time, it requires evaluation of various approaches, and then it will finally develop. So somebody has written evaluating, but here I find understanding also. Simple understanding will not lead to development of a software. Development would require understanding the application of the rules after evaluation of those rules and principles. So one goes beyond application, right? And it requires evaluation also. And people have written analyzing, that ability itself will be subsumed under evaluation. Then judge the suitability of MOOCs in the context of digital divide. Now this particular judge is a part of evaluation. So I'm very happy that 50% again have rightly identified that it is the ability to evaluate. And when you say apply, the simple is, and we have got the right response by 67% of the people, it is applying the reinforcement of motivation for motivating employee in a given context. So it is not understanding, it is application of the learned principles in a new situation. Then comes classify the given shapes. Classifying is simply adding understanding. So 35% of the people have rightly said I would request others to kindly mute their mics. Another one is define the term reinforce. So definition is at the remembering level. So here 63% of the group has correctly said define the term reinforcement is at the lowest level. Then define again at the remembering level. So 59% have said. So why there is a difference? Here 63%, here 59%. Where are the 4%? Both are starting with define. So you have to pay attention to the action verb and see what is being defined. And if you have interpret the graph, then it is simply understanding. So here I find most of the people have said it is applying. Interpretation of does not require application, because you can see the variable and then you can interpret the relationship. So it is not application but understanding. So thank you very much for doing this class. Let's now quickly shift our focus to the second one. I would request kindly the participants kindly mute your mic. Maybe at the organizer end, there's a lot of noise coming in. This is where I just took up a topic, motivation. Okay. Now, if you look at the topic motivation, define motivation maybe and learning outcome at the remembering level. So we expect that students should remember the definition of motivation, differentiate between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Now, some who can differentiate is at the understanding level learning outcome. Explain the reinforcement theory of motivation is again at the understanding level. Then apply Herzberg's theory of motivation in organization.
Ma'am, your
So
voice
if
is
somebody
not
is
audible.
familiar with the Herzberg's theory, what are the motivators and what are the high factor organization, and analyze and weaknesses organization. Now this so the person is expected to break down the whole, that is motivation policy, identify its strengths and weaknesses, and then select appropriate strategy to motivate employees in a given organization. So there are a number of strategies, there are a number of theories. So you have to make a selection, judicious selection, keeping in view the context of that organization. So this requires ability to evaluate. So somebody who can evaluate and make a decision, that's selected. Then plan motivational organization. So you are now creating a new plan, a new motivational strategy for the given organization. This is at the level. And now let's see one from the MOOC course, that is creative problem solving, innovation and meaningful R&D. So this particular course, these were the, you can call them because they have been referred to as modules or course. So solve problems creatively, innovate the processes, services and products in work life, build effective teams for R&D, undertake research to improve the various subcomponents of technical system, because this module is for the teachers working in technical institutions. So these were considered to be the module outcomes, or in other words, the course outcome. And this module, if you look to the research, what capabilities further broken down into capabilities, formulate research proposal, organize and conduct research, write a research report. These are the four essential capabilities if somebody has to carry out research. And further, if somebody has to prepare a proposal or conduct research, these are the four procedural steps. One must have the knowledge and skills. So person should know how to select and define a research problem, select research, design and describe the procedure, collecting the data and analyzing and interpreting the results. And if you further break down, you will see that if somebody has to take up these tasks, then the person need to review the related literature, select a research design, select a sample, select and develop the tools. And for collection, the person needs to administer the data and then evaluate the data, and finally the data, the persons go for the statistical analysis and interpretation of the results. And if you have to describe the research design, then you must have the knowledge of types of research and process of research. And the concept of research should lead to types of research and process. In addition, you must be able to appreciate the need for research. And keeping in view this, these were the units which were created, the content outline. And then look at this, I'll just give you research. The very first unit was research in technical education and introduction. So this is topic level outcome which has been specified. Explain the need for undertaking research and list questions which can be answered with respect to various subcomponents of technical education system. Explain the concept of educational research, describe the steps involved in the process of undertaking research, and advise for the various other types, like there was survey research, define descriptive research, explain the three different types of descriptive research, define survey research, differentiate among the various types of survey, and then describe the procedure for conducting, and ultimately was undertake survey research. So you can see any topic which is had you can write the learning outcomes for that topic. Let me just give two examples from engineering. Say this is the topic, simple stresses and strains, and you can see here that classify stresses into various categories. State, there will be two, state Hooke's law and then apply Hooke's law. This needs to be broken down into two. I have taken it from Professor Subramaniam's book on strength of material. So this can be written in two, state Hooke's law, apply Hooke's law. Then compute stress intensities, then compute stresses and strains, then calculate the reactive forces, derive the relationship between elastic constant, describe and explain the terms this. So you can see majority of the learning outcomes have been written at the remembering, understanding, and one at the application level. But what as teachers we should pay attention to, that we need to create learning outcomes at higher ability level. That is analyzing, evaluating, and creating. And that your subject content should be such that it should be applicable, and then you should be able to create something. Then only ability to analyze, ability to evaluate, and ability to create would be there. Certain subjects will go up to the application level. These are some of the learning outcomes for the bending moments and shear forces. Just have a quick look at, I'm not going to read it. Maybe I'll send the PDF of these PowerPoints and you can have a look at these. And now this is again, you can serving, I'll just leave. Let's take one more, multi-stage amplifier. So explain multi-stage amplifier, enlist various types, differentiate among various types, explain gain of multi-stage, state the uses and so on. And this is for computer network. Few examples only. Now let me go to the psychomotor domain. That is the second domain That is, we acquire skills. And any skill learning passes through 5 different stages. The very first stage is imitation. Now, if I have to learn, say, driving a car, then some expert tries to give the demonstration, and the novice like me, who's a learner, is going to imitate the act of the expert. So the very first stage, learning outcomes can be at the imitation level. Then comes, once a person is sure that the novice has understood, then the person allows the novice to manipulate, that is, to handle the machinery, equipment, tools on his own or on her own. What do you do? First, if this is a complex skill in the laboratory or the workshop, the teacher himself or herself give a demonstration. And while the person is giving demonstration, he tries to involve the students and then allows the student to manipulate the machinery tools on their own. So manipulation means when you allow your students to handle the tools, machinery, equipment on their own in the laboratories and the workshop, and while they handle, they commit number of mistakes. So accuracy is less. With practice comes the precision, the accuracy. And accuracy creeps in, say, if I'm taking a case of driving a car, maybe inserting the key, or maybe putting the car into motion. So I'm able to put the car into neutral, then depress, then accelerate, and then slowly put it into gear 2, and so on. And so the person is able to perform the act with accuracy, but the person fails to coordinate at this stage. Precision to aa gayi hai, alag alag kaam karna aa gaya hai, but the person is not able to coordinate. Whenever, say, the person the sitting next to you speaks, you say, please keep quiet, let me concentrate on my driving, let me concentrate, there are lights coming, the red lights, the traffic lights, they are coming, so let me take care of the traffic on my left, right, and so on. So you are not that confident that you can coordinate each and every act. But as you practice more, the coordination creeps in, and you can drive a car. Now, when you drive a car, a person is sitting next to you, you are talking to him, you are listening to FM, you are also looking at the banners which are on the way, and so on. So articulation is there. You can perform the act, you can drive a car. Naturalization is a stage in psychomotor domain where the skill becomes a second habit, and the person can now adapt, modify, create something. Now see, look at that a person has learned to drive a car on the empty roads, but now the person is able to drive the car in routine where there's a lot of traffic. Maybe the person has learned to drive a car in plain area. Now you take the person to the hilly area. The person is able to adapt the driving to the road conditions, to the weather conditions, and so on. And the person, if need be, if there is a small fault which has taken place, the person can correct that and drive. And I still remember when we used to drive two-wheelers, then the boys, if there is a breakage of clutch wire or the brake wire, the boys used to take the scooter to the mechanic shop. And who could do that? A person who has learned the skill and can do the jugaad. So jugaad was being done and the person was able to take the vehicle to the mechanic shop. So then look at the mobile, which is a complex thing. Now the mobile phone, which was initially there, was sending and receiving messages either in a oral form or in a written form. But now see how many features have been added to the, who can do that? a master, an expert who have really understood the construction of mobile phone. So the person can add new features to the device. So here you can see that any skill learning would pass through first imitation, then manipulation, precision, articulation, and naturalization. So whatever activities we pursue in laboratories, workshop, field work, or we ask the people to go for inquiry-based learning, carry out research in the field, and then come out with, it requires skills. And here you can see I've taken one example that connect the computer in local area network. Now here you can see that a person would require to take certain action at the administrative end, then some action at the client end. And if you write those procedural steps by using an action verb, log on, click, click, right click, these are nothing but the action verb. So if you break down the procedure into the procedural steps and then write those steps by using an action verb, they become the learning outcomes for that particular exercise or experiment or workshop exercise. So we are not going to write at various levels, but we break down the whole into its constituent parts and start each procedural step with an action verb. Now, this is what a person has to do, and then on the client computer, what a person has to do. So simply, what you need to, I have taken this example from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, that is available on their website, and you can also have a look at that. So it's very simple that whatever practical work we organize, that can be broken down into its procedural steps and start those procedural steps with action verb. They become learning outcomes in the psychomotor domain. Now let's go to the third component, that is affective domain. Affective, I said, consists of learning outcomes related to attitudes, behavior, soft skills, employability skills, because employability skills are much broader than soft skills. And then you have, say, these are some of the examples. Who doesn't want that a student should obey the rules? Rules of the institute, rules of the classroom, rules of submission of assignment, rules of submission of appearing in the test, and so on. Who doesn't want students to observe the safety precautions while they're in the laboratory or the workshop, or they're undertaking their project work in the lab or the workshop? We expect our students to attend the classes regularly, maintain punctuality in those classes, and cooperate with others. If the work is assigned in groups or there are teams which are working, then we expect that they should cooperate with others. And likewise, we expect that a student should acquire communication skills, maybe verbal, written, maybe oral or written, or you can say verbal or non-verbal communication skills. And I have just taken one example, communicate in large groups. But what do you expect your students to do? Communicate in large groups, communicate in small groups, communicate one-to-one, communicate on telephone, through telephone, communicate in writing, through an email message, or communicate through a letter, written messages ho sakte hain. Or a person expected to communicate pleasant messages, unpleasant. You can think of a number of learning outcomes, each one of them, if you try to specify, or you expect a person to communicate the research findings to the society so that the grassroots level people can benefit out of that. You want the person to communicate the findings by writing an article for the learned people. So academic contribution is there on the through a writing communication of findings by writing a journal article, or when you say a person should have the capability to write a thesis, it is nothing but a written writing skill which comes into play. Then we expect that our people should be honest and have integrity. If this is where we want, these are nothing but learning outcomes in the effective domain, or maintain cordial relations with others. Now, I'm just taking one example that of the values, and you can see at the initial stage what happens. We receive do's and don'ts, and do's and don'ts are given by the teacher when the student comes to the institution. The do's and don'ts are given in the classroom, the do's and don'ts are given in the laboratory, in the workshop, and so on. And likewise, as a child, I have been listening to the do's and don'ts from my parents. For example, respect elders, always speak truth, be honest, cooperate with others, be polite, get up early in the morning, go to bed early. What are these? These are nothing but do's. And we have been listening to the don'ts. Don't ever lie. Don't fight. Don't be cruel. Don't talk to strangers. Don't steal. These are nothing but do's and don'ts. And initial learning stages that we keep on receiving these do's and don'ts. And then a stage comes where we start posing questions. We accept few things, and then we start questioning other things. Why should I go to bed early? Why should I get up early in the morning? Why shouldn't I talk to strangers? Why shouldn't I lie ever? These are the questions which we start posing. And likewise, in the laboratories and the workshop, when you tell the students first to draw a circuit diagram and then make the connection after getting it checked, there are few students who would be thinking, why should I show this circuit diagram to the teacher and get his or her approval? So the person poses a question, why should I get all this done? Why can't I directly go and start making the connection? Responding. So a person starts raising questions with respect to certain do's and don'ts. And a person starts attaching worth to number of things, number of do's and number of don'ts. That means we value money, we value relationship, we value humanity, we value truth, we value integrity, etc., etc. So you attach value to thousands of things in your life. And then comes, if in a given situation, I need to make a selection out of the two values. Say, for example, I value relationship, I value honesty. But now see a situation where if I value a relationship, I have to tell a lie. If I tell a lie, I can save the relationship. If I don't tell a lie, then the person goes to jail. Now, whether I'll speak truth or I'll lie, that depends on whether I attach more value to relationship or more value to honesty. That will determine my behavior. So in our life, we accord priority to various things which we value. Some people would value money, some people will value work, some people will value honesty, some people will value money. Depends. So value system varies from individual to individual. And many of us never reach this organization stage. We are stuck up only at valuing, and depending upon the situation or the context, we change our value system. So we are putting मखौटे जो आप बोलते हो, so and then we change our value system. And characterization is the highest level a person can attain. Now, when I say non-violence, Mahatma Gandhi's name come to your mind. When I say the social work, maybe the name of Mother Teresa comes to your mind. So here they are the epitomes who have never made a compromise with the value. So learning outcomes can be written in 3 domains: cognitive, psychomotor, and so on. Let me just, I forgot that I have to complete pedagogical techniques also. Dimag mein nahi raha, but let me quickly go through. We have another session, maybe I'll take few minutes of that. Now, when we talk in terms of if learning outcomes fall in 3 domains and 3 different in 3 domains, there are different levels. So the pedagogical techniques which are at the disposal of the teacher, they can be simply classified into 3. If I close this, okay, you can see now the pedagogical techniques refer to the teaching learning methodologies. So large group method we are all familiar with, which is predominantly used by all of us. There are small group methods which consist of group discussion, case study, seminar, demonstration, project work, role play, games, tutorials, and there are active learning strategies also. Then there is computer assisted instruction, online courses, case studies, tutorials, project work, which can be given individually to the learner. Let's not go into the characteristics of these, but let me just focus on some active learning strategies which have become the need of the hour, because our students, when we deliver lectures, they primarily are involved in listening skills, and many of them are physically present but mentally absent. So learning is optimized when a person is actively involved in the process of teaching learning. And some of these strategies which are now being used, they are not very new. These new names have been given, but many of the teachers have been using some of these strategies. 1 minute paper. While you are delivering, then give a pause and ask the student what significant learning has taken place. So 1 minute is given so they can write that point. Think, pair, share, where you club. You pair the student, 2 students, and you give a question. Each one of them think of the answer. Then they share their answer with each other. Muddiest point is where you are trying to I think why this is again an O. Muddiest point is where you are asking the student to write a point which they have not understood, which have created a chaos or confusion. That point they should write, and then you should try to explain it. Discussion can be paired, can be 3 students, 4 students, 8 students, the whole class group discussion. That will depend upon, this will be, if you are taking it as lecture, then small, maybe 2 to 4 students joining together and discussing an issue or a concept or the application of a concept, and then brainstorming. Or maybe a case is given and they discuss in small group and come out with answers to the question at the end of the case. Brainstorming, when you want to generate ideas without evaluation and without the fear of evaluation, the person generates idea. That is the brainstorming technique. For example, what changes can be brought into the mobile phone? What addition, subtraction can be done in mobile? So addition, what additional features could be there? So people can generate random ideas without whether that is valid or feasible or practicable. Question answer technique we have been using, and here what is needed is students two students, one can pose a question, another can answer, then the person who has answered can pose a question, so reversal questioning technique can be used. Then short cases and scenarios can be used in classroom situation. Jigsaw, where the people, if the topic has been broken down into 4 subtopics, each student take up a small subtopic, prepares for subtopic, then teaches the remaining members. So this way you are able to complete the whole topic. Fishball again is the people have to pick up the identify the things. So here you can see active learning strategies, they need to be utilized more. And here you see, if remembering is the learning outcome, lecture would do. Understanding, if you want to, lecture can be used. Discussion, demonstration, seminar. If you really want to make the people understand. If you want the people to apply the learned concepts, then project work, problem-based learning, tutorials, case studies, role play, simulation, games, and field work. These are the options which will help you in enabling the learners to apply the learned concepts, theories, etc. in the field or in real life or day-to-day life. Analyzing, ability to analyze, so case studies, problem-based learning, project work, simulation. These are most appropriate if you really want the person to identify the causes, failures, etc. Evaluating, if case study, problem-based, project work, simulation, they are all suitable here. And if you want somebody to create something new, then problem-based learning. So you are giving a problem and the person tries to create a new policy, create a new structure, create a new design. Simulation can be done to create something, and project work can be taken to create new things. If it is primarily a skill, then lab work, workshop exercises, field work, drawing work. These are the things. Or if you are skilled, I would say for management also field work, which will think of going to the community, doing a community survey, or going to the industry, carrying out an industrial survey. That will help, or taking a case study of the industry. So psychomotor skills can be developed. The skills which are actually needed for the management, those can be developed. Or you can ask the people to manage the one day the canteen, or manage the hostel for one day, or manage the annual day. So even those things will, which are not appearing here, so managing things will certainly help the people to acquire the managerial skills. Then attitudes, so demonstration, role play, and case study can help you in making the people acquire the favorable attitudes or desirable attitudes. Creativity, if you really want to develop, then brainstorming, which you can easily integrate in your classroom, project work, problem-based learning, creativity, right? For creativity, these are the methods which can be used. For developing interpersonal skills, small group discussion, role plays, games, project work, problem-based learning, these are because they are taken up in a group, or teams are constituted. So interpersonal skills the people would acquire. Communication skill, seminars can be delivered by students, group discussions can be organized, project work where they have to again go for both oral and written communication. They may be required to make a presentation, role play. They all help in developing the communication skills on the part of the learner. Then working in teams, as I said here, that whenever you give project work, problem-based learning, role play, or managerial activities which you assign to them, they'll help them in acquiring the skills. So here I've just put a tick mark. Let's not go into these things. I would stop here. Let me quickly go to the chat box and answer if there is any question for me. Let me go to the chat box quickly. So anybody who has a question is welcome. Or you can write your question in the chat box and I pick up that question. Over to the audience, please. Is there any question for me? I don't find. There is no question right now. So, okay, can you please give example of analyzing example? Okay, learning outcome at the analyzing level. Now, for example, ma'am, are you from engineering or management area? So I'll pick up the relevant example. So write down your
management side.
Management. Okay, okay. So one example, say for example, analyze the strengths and weaknesses in the communication in the given organization. Now, if you are given, say, NITTTR or your GNE, Guru Nanak Dev Institute, Engineering College, and I expect that you should be able to identify the strengths and weaknesses in the communication flow that takes place in GNE Ludhiana. This is nothing but learning outcome at the analyzing level. Or say, for example, if I have given you that this is the performance appraisal report format, and you have to evaluate, fill in the self-appraisal report, and I say, identify the weaknesses in the self-appraisal report. So if the person is able to do that, this is nothing but learning outcome at the analyzing level. Or if I say the government has announced new education policy, and I say, critically analyze the applicability or implementation of new education policy in the Indian context. Critically evaluate. This would require ability to analyze also, where you would like to identify, but this will be at the higher level of evaluation. If I only say identify the areas where the implementation will be a problem. Now, if you have to identify those areas in the new education policy, this is nothing but learning outcome at the analyzing. I hope it is clear. Is there
Yes,
any
ma'am.
other tool to measure students apart from Bloom's taxonomy? Yes, there are other taxonomies also. Simpson has also given another taxonomy. But what is at the global level, majority of the organizations are utilizing Bloom's taxonomy. And because we have followed ABET, American Board of Engineering and Technology, they are following Bloom's taxonomy, revised Bloom's taxonomy. That's why we are restricting ourselves to Bloom's taxonomy. And there is another, what is the best method or strategy to teach non-technical management students to understand technology, or how to motivate them to learn technology like applications or software? The best thing is, the very first thing a teacher can do is to demonstrate the use of that technology. That means while you teach, you also make use of technology. Secondly, the assignment you give. Now, many institutions have uploaded the learning materials on the website of the institution. You are proper of technology. Now, while in the class, I've used a small Google Form. You can integrate exercises. Cases available on the website. You provide copies to the student. Ask them to go to the website, download the case, and then they should read the case and give answers to the questions which you have raised. So there you are encouraging them to use the technology. And I would say, for example, now we are going in for online courses and all that. And there are a number of tools where the students, they can record the video, upload the video. I would say the 21st century learners are more tech savvy than the person like me. And they would require little effort on the part of the teacher to integrate activities. Otherwise, they are very good in handling the technology. handling technology. So only thing is you need to give them a push through tasks in the class so that they need to use the technology. So that's it. So I don't find. So thank you very much for participating in this session. Hope to see you at 2:15 again for a next session on, I think I was assigned another topic, so that I'll take up. Have your lunch and see you back. That's it. Dr. Navdeep, is it okay? So can we leave the meeting? Your voice is not there. Your audio is not there, madam. So thank you. I think nobody is feeling hungry, it appears. Everybody is glued to the computer right now. Navdeep, can I take a leave? Thank you.
This
the
conference will
speakers,
now be recorded.
by students also, and we are accountable to the extent if teaching is effective, it is said the teacher is doing the job, and if teaching is ineffective, that teacher is not worth teaching that course, right? And these comments we have been listening, we have enjoyed sessions of many faculty, we have not enjoyed sessions of others, and in the formal education system, as far as I remember, during my time, there was not much formal system of measuring the effectiveness of teaching. But gradually, as the accountability of teachers have increased, and it has increased manyfold, teaching effectiveness has become important. And each one of us has been evaluating the teaching with respect to certain measures or parameters. And in this session, I'm going to focus on the concept, what do we understand by teaching effectiveness? And secondly, what are the dimensions of effective teaching? These two things we will take up during this session. Now, as in the technical education system or general education system, you will agree with me that quality has really become a buzzword. It became a buzzword in industry in 1991 with liberalization, privatization, and globalization. And since then, it has been emphasized, but quality of education has been under severe criticism for the past 15 to 20 years. And I would say that the system has failed to meet the expectations of industry and society. But when we talk in terms of quality, the quality of output from any system, education system per se, is determined but by not one factor, but by a multiplicity of factors. And these factors, as we are aware of education system, include the curriculum, which is in vogue for the various courses, or curricula which is in vogue for various courses, the instructional processes that are in place, which are used in classroom, laboratory, workshop, for field work to achieve the outcomes. And then comes your faculty, the competence of the faculty, because again, this issue has been taken up at the national level. Many young people, after the graduation, they had joined the system initially, and they were having the subject matter mastery, but maybe at some point of time, it was felt that the another dimension, the pedagogical knowledge, which they should possess, was lacking. But even if you look at faculty, there are always, you will find there are people who are very extremely good, there are people who are average, there are people who are below average. And then, if you really want to implement the curriculum, you require large number of resources and facilities. And with the massive expansion of technical education during the past 20 years, which we have seen, there are again institutions with excellent resources and facilities. But then again, there are institutions which do not have even the bare minimum facilities, especially in terms of the laboratories and workshop and in terms of the faculty. Then we have students who take admission to these courses, even they are having an impact on and I would say to a large degree, the level of students is responsible for the level of output. Management, again, we have different types of management. You have certain government institutions, then private institutions, which are government approved, then there are self-financed institutions. But the management of a number of institutions, I would say the government institutions, maybe barring a few, could not keep pace with the change, while self-financed institutions have shown greater adaptability and responsiveness to the environment. Interaction with the other organization institutions, which is where we have been talking about industry, academia, especially the linkage and the collaboration. So the quality is determined by the interplay of these many factors in any institution. And it has been accepted that quality, there's no finish line. So it is a race without a finish line. So the benchmark we are able to achieve, we can still improve that benchmark and improve the quality. So with this background, when we are talking so much about the quality, the accreditation criteria, whether it is UGC or All India Council for Technical Education, both have laid down criteria for measuring the quality. NAC, which approves the institution, and NBA, which approves the quality of the programs. And here you can see it includes all those factors. In addition to that, you'll agree with me that teaching learning process has been given good weightage in the criteria, because we are likely to focus on teaching effectiveness. So I'll focus on the teaching learning process that is in place, has been given at the university level 200, affiliating university 300, affiliated UG program 350, and affiliating PG 350. So you can see a lot of weightage has been given, and likewise in the criteria which has been specified by NBA, even there we have a curriculum and teaching learning process, a weightage of 120 marks at the undergraduate level, tier 2 institutions. They have been given this weightage. Because why teaching learning has been, because quality of instructional processes plays an important role in creating conditions that can enable the students to achieve those learning outcomes. And here, when we talk in terms of teaching effectiveness, it consists of two words. Let's first clarify simply, because you're all mature people, you understand this: teaching and effectiveness. Then the question arises, what is teaching? Now, you can define it in a number of ways, but I have taken a very simple definition, that it is a face-to-face interaction. That means when a teacher and students, they are in a face-to-face interaction, and they are there to interact with each other to achieve certain predefined set of instructional objectives, that is referred to as teaching. Underlying clauses, face-to-face interaction, and predefined instructional objectives. But teaching itself is a subset of the wider term called instruction. And instruction includes any condition or any event which is designed for what? To facilitate, activate, and support learning. So 3 things have been highlighted. Any event or any kind of experience that is provided to the learner so that a human learner is able to learn the verbal information, the intellectual skills, the psychomotor skills, the attitudes and behavior, the cognitive learning strategies, though that is referred to as instruction. So even when we are talking of online courses, distance learning, all these are part of instruction rather than teaching. So teaching is a subset of instruction. And effectiveness, before we go to that, so instruction is nothing but creating conditions to facilitate the attainment of outcomes by the learner. So any event which facilitate the process of attainment of learning outcomes. So as we have seen learning outcomes, they fall in 3 domains. So whether it is cognitive, psychomotor, or affective. So if your conditions, they help the learners to achieve those, that is what we refer to as effective teaching. So extent to which learning outcomes have been achieved, that is referred to in simple words, refers to teaching effectiveness. And we have seen that we did talk about the outcome based, and then we have seen that how PEOs, POs and COs and lesson level learning outcomes, they are specified starting from top, that is PEOs. So we adopt, as far as statement is concerned, we adopt top-down approach, but when it comes to attainment, we follow bottom-up approach. That means if lesson level learning outcomes are achieved, course outcomes will be achieved. If the course outcomes for various courses are achieved, we can be sure that program outcomes will be achieved. So while looking at attainment, we have to ensure that lesson level learning outcomes are achieved. And here, even when AICTE, All India Council for Technical Education, issued a notification for 7th Pay Commission, they did talk about 360-degree feedback. And here, it is that a teacher evaluation is on the basis of teaching, where the teacher reports about his teaching activities. So 25 marks have been given to teaching. Other contributions to society, 10 marks. And activities which have been taken up at the department level, HOD has to support that, 20 marks. And then head of the institution, for the contribution made at the institution level, 10 marks. Annual confidential report, which is there, 10 marks. And student feedback is given 25 marks. And the notification has identified those 14 parameters by which the student feedback can be obtained. So it is very, very important for all of us to find out what are these, or identify the dimensions of teaching effectiveness. What is it that makes teaching effective? So for that purpose, again, I have created a small Google form, which again, I'm putting a link in your chat box, and I'll request all of you to go to the chat box, link, and go to the Google form. There is only one question, so you have to put the tick mark. Go to the Google form. I'll just make that Google form visible. So what you are supposed to do in this form is, this is here. I'll request all of you to carefully read on this side. Just forget this. No. Okay. There are certain dimensions mentioned here. So you have to indicate the degree of your agreement or disagreement. क्या हो गया? Check boxes नहीं. Multiple choice grid. कहाँ गया? So you can, if you agree with that this is effective teaching, you can put a tick mark under agree. If you are undecided, put a tick mark under indifferent. And if you disagree with this, put a tick mark under disagree. I didn't get this. You got 12 responses by now. So we are 32 again. I'll request others to kindly take up quickly. It's a simple exercise which we are doing. If you think this is a dimension of effective teaching, indicate your agreement. If you are undecided, say indifferent. If you disagree that this is one of the dimensions of effective teaching, so put a tick mark in the disagree. $13. So let it be 16, 17, then we'll start. Okay. Another 2-3 minutes I'll give to you. Please quickly complete the task. 13, stuck up at 13. Others are also requested. Maybe let me, if somebody has joined afterwards, paste the link again. You can click the link, go to the Google form, put a tick mark indicating your extent of agreement with the dimension. So there are 13. I don't think others are likely to respond to this question. So let me go back to, now when I was looking at these dimensions, a great work has been done by Marsh in this area. And Marsh has identified the dimensions of effective teaching. And these are all 9 dimensions as per Marsh, which has carried out research in the field of teaching effectiveness. None of these is not a dimension, but all of these are dimensions of teaching effectiveness. So we will deliberate upon these 9 aspects which make any teaching effective. And here you can see the very first one is the learning. Now, what do we understand by learning? That means learning refers to whether the subject or the course, as we say now, you are teaching, and the person is able to understand that subject. That means he has been able to achieve the learning outcomes, starting from remembering to creating, if that is there. So all types of learning outcomes which are specified, if the person is able to achieve those, he has learned something of that course. The second aspect is that whatever course you are teaching, it enhances or increases the interest of the student in that course. That means students take deeper interest, go to the library, consult the reference material, go to the websites, collect supplementary material, buy additional books to enhance his knowledge, maybe, or he remains very enthusiastic and eager to come to your class and attend. That shows his interest in the subject. Then learn something valuable. So again, it has a cross reference to the learning outcomes, that it is not only at remembering and understanding, but the knowledge which he has gained, he is able to utilize that knowledge in the day-to-day life and the world of work. Then the course is considered to be intellectually challenging and stimulating. So that means student is required to put in extra effort to learn it, to complete its assignments, to complete the tasks, activities which form a part of that course. So when a person has to exert effort, it is not too easy or not too difficult, but it is of moderate difficulty, and it stimulates the thinking, make the person to think, right? So maybe it arouses number of questions in the mind, it enables the learner to relate the day-to-day life with the course, or how that course is applied. So it stimulates thinking, how these things which is learning in the class are applicable in the day-to-day life or the world of work. Maybe stimulating thoughts, how to find solution to the problems which are faced by the mankind or by the country or at the global level. So that is, it should be intellectually challenging and stimulating. So learning, what a person learns is the first very important. You may use any method, you may use any media, but if your students are able to learn, then you can say your teaching has been effective. And if you look at how you can make it that learning happens, because these days the connotation to the word learning has changed, and it is not behaviorist approach which we have been following for years. It is now the constructivist approach which is being emphasized. So as per the constructive approach of learning, learning by doing is what is more important, because there is construction of knowledge by an individual, and the individual tries to construct knowledge for himself based upon what he already knows. He tries to build a relationship between what he knows and what additional input he's receiving. And he tries to learn from the interaction which he has with others, because others also have their own experiences. So constructivist approach views the learner as an active element, and thereby the teacher's role has changed from information provider to facilitator of learning, only creating conditions whereby the learner is able to achieve the learning outcomes. And the focus, as we have seen in the previous session, must shift from predominantly using the lecture method to the small group methods and the active learning strategies. And I would say that learning outcome, we have already seen that at the 6 levels. But if you have the knowledge of the outcome-based education, what needs to be done? Program education objectives. Their assessment procedure has been laid down, and you can do it by alumni survey. If you are able to carry out a alumni survey, so you can take the reactions of the people who have passed out from the system, and there have been 4 to 5 years that they have been working in the field. They can provide you to what extent these program education objectives have been attained. You can also have an employer survey to assess and determine to what extent these competences which were laid down or specified, they are the alumni of the institution have been able to use. Then faculty self-assessment reports can also say to what extent these POs have been attained. Then if you are, as a part of your academic audit, are carrying out resource facility assessment, even that will provide you that whether there were adequate facilities and resources that you were able to achieve your program education objectives. So these are the methods by which we can ensure the attainment of program education objectives. And for POs, the program outcomes, course embedded assessment is one component. That means all your class tests, assignments, seminars, and semester examination, they all contribute to course embedded assessment. Then there is exit survey, student satisfaction survey, if it is carried out by the institution, that is also indicative of the degree to which program outcomes have been attained. Then the cumulative grade point average of the learners can be an indirect measure of the attainment of the program outcomes. Then any major project work which was carried out by the students, it can highlight the attainment of POs. And if you have actually gone in for the accreditation, the program accreditation, it will also have a component of POs. Then the academic audit conducted by the institute. So you can see the data which is coming from course embedded assessment, exit survey, cumulative grade point average of student, any project work, program accreditation that has been done, academic audit carried out by the institution. So all these can be the supporting evidence, that is data and information, with respect to the attainment of program outcomes. And for course outcomes are the course embedded assessment. There you had all the courses. Here for program, here we are talking in terms of a specific course. And then student satisfaction survey, grade, self-assessment, and academic audit. These are the keys and means, the tools for getting the data and the information to determine the degree of attainment of course outcomes. So this is one component. Lesson level outcome, again, you will have course embedded assessment, grade of the students, and self-assessment. But these are the ways which can help you to what extent the students have attained the outcomes at various levels. So different types of assessment tools can be used. The second dimension is the group interaction. Because as I said, it is expected the more active the learner is, the better will be, or the higher will be the learning. So whether a teacher is able to generate interaction in the classroom, that is another dimension of effective teaching. There may be very noisy environment when you indulge into generating group interaction, but the learning will be more in this kind of environment as compared to the environment where individual is only listening to the teacher. So here you can see encouragement to participate in class discussion. So how frequently the teacher encourages the students to participate in class discussion, respond to questions, and invited to share ideas or encouraged to express their ideas. So these are again four major things which have been taken, but you can always think of whether the teacher uses the appropriate instructional methods to generate interaction. Interaction can be between teacher and student, among the students. So if you are posing questions, obviously the student is responding to. If you are providing time to answer the questions of students, again, one-to-one interaction between the teacher and the student is there. But if you are integrating small group instructional method, you are utilizing active learning strategies in the class, then certainly you are trying to generate group interaction. So this is maybe the students enjoy working together rather than simply sitting in the class and listening to the teacher. So this has been identified as one, and it also supports the connotation of the learning that people learn through social interaction, through the experiences of others also. Then the third dimension of effective teaching identified by researchers, individual rapport. And here you can see that to what extent the teacher is friendly with the students. We find too much friendliness is also not desirable, but too much distance which is maintained by the senior teachers, that is also not desirable. A teacher needs to remain accessible to the students and friendly to the extent that students can approach the teacher whenever they face any kind of academic problem, personal problem, or any adjustment problem. So they feel free to go to the teacher and discuss their issues and problems with him. And it is also that the teacher needs to maintain a minimum distance. The teacher cannot take the liberty of friendly to the extent that he takes his meals, breakfast, lunch with the students, moves around with students, go to the movies and so on. No, friendly means within the limits. Not often, once in a while, you can enjoy your cup of tea with your students for informal discussion. And if you create that kind of environment, students open up, share their problems, share their concerns, share their difficulties, and they can also raise questions in the classroom to seek clarification from you. Then the teacher needs to welcome students for seeking advice. The moment the student approaches the teacher and the teacher says, I'm busy in my administrative work. No, you need to look into the urgency. If the problem is where you need to give time to the student. So you should be welcoming every time. You cannot say maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow we'll sit. Sometimes you have to, on the spot, you have to give time to your students of the class for their problems. And you need to take genuine interest in the student. So still, I think we have enjoyed this kind of rapport with our school teachers more rather than the college teachers. But the college teachers should take genuine interest in the student. They should feel concerned if your student, say for example, is missing from the class for 2-3 days, and fourth day you are able to see him. Your one small comment, what happened to you? You were not there for the last 3 days, shows that the teacher cares for the student. If the student has been performing well and suddenly his performance drops down, again the teacher can show his concern for the performance which has declined, and ask the student for the reason, or ask the student to see him after the class and discuss that issue if it has declined is significant. So you are taking genuine interest, or you have posed a question, a student who has been responding very well in the class is suddenly becoming quieter and quieter. Maybe that also helps the teacher to exhibit the genuine interest in the student. So you should not leave any kind of opportunity so that you understand the learner, you know the needs of the learner, you know the potential of the learner, and you really care that you are able to maximize the potential of your learner. Because teachers' role is to maximize the potential of the learner. Whatever level the learner can achieve, the teacher should try to create opportunities and conditions so that students kind of strength. It is not that we are going to leave anybody in the class on his own, because in a class you may come across students who admired, who mix up with others. Anybody would like to work with them, but there may be a student with whom nobody would like to work with. You need to be very careful, and you need to pay special attention to that student to identify his strength, highlight that strength in the class so that the acceptability of that particular student increases. You need to give freedom to the students so that those who would like to work together, they get an opportunity to work together. So maybe there are peers which would like to work with each other. So to the extent possible, if you can take care of the needs of the learners, you can show your genuine interest in the development of the students. Gradually, this rapport is declining. Very few students, they are enjoying that rapport with the teacher. Maybe both ways there are problems, but a good teacher always try to create that individual rapport where you have an environment of friendliness, acceptability, due respect and recognition for the individual, and students feel concerned and share their problems with you. So individual rapport is another dimension. Then comes the organization. The organization means that whatever you are going to do in the class, you have systematically developed the learning material. Systematically, you have developed the PowerPoint, the video films, the tasks, the activities, and you are able to adhere to the schedule which you have prepared. And the four things which Marsh has identified is the clarity of explanation. I may be, or a teacher may be having the knowledge, but if explanation are not clear and the other person is not able to comprehend, it has no meaning for the other individual. Explanation, it's not only clarity, but adequacy of explanation. And teacher needs to build explanation, show the relationship of the subject with other subjects, show the relationship of the course or subject with day-to-day life, show the relationship with the world of work, and he can also build the relationship with other courses, other programs, wherever there is a relationship. Course material which has been developed is well prepared and explained. So that means whether it consists of handouts, it consists of PowerPoints, it consists of the complete self-learning module. These need to be well prepared and explained. Then a teacher should always ensure that if he has 4 objectives to be attained at the end of the class, or there are 4 learning outcomes which the student should attain at the end of the class should ensure the attainment of the 4 learning outcomes by the students. It is not that every time I go to the class, I say, I'm going to, or this, at the end of this lecture, you will be able to do this, and I state 4 things. But when I finish my class, I only achieve 2 of it. That means I'm only able to cover 2 and students are able to achieve 2 learning outcomes. No. So effective teaching is one whereby the students are able to achieve the proposed learning outcomes. In terms of teachers, we talk in terms of objectives. Then whatever a teacher does, whatever method he or she adopts, it should facilitate notes taking on the part of the learner. So if the students are able to take notes, it's fine. Then breadth of coverage, whatever explanations built, the teacher is not only referring to the book. He is not only giving explanation for the theory as is given in the book, but he is trying to compare the implications of various theories with each other. So he is adding something of his own rather than simply providing what is contained in the book. And believe me, many of our colleagues these days restrict themselves to only one book or the PowerPoint which they have borrowed from any source on the internet. So even that is not substantiated by the research which is available, by the reference books which are available, or by the day-to-day life example or the world of work example. What to talk about contrasting the implications of various theories. So a teacher needs to have adequate knowledge of the various concepts, theories, etc., so that he can build adequate explanation and compare the various things. And then whatever idea, concept is dealt in the class, how that idea, concept originated, what was the background. If you are able to build a story on that, it is always enjoyable for the students to remember that and recall that kind of experience later on. Then it is not only that you are presenting your own view or you are presenting the author's view, but you are trying to present views of others, maybe which are supporting your argument or which do not lend support to your argument. So you are giving both explanation in favor, against, and you are trying to compare and then reach a conclusion. Then the current development, this is one of the drawbacks, that what is the latest developments which have taken place. When we say the curriculum which is specified for the program is obsolete, so many of the latest developments which have taken place in the industry have not been included in your curriculum. So AICTE said beyond the curriculum, that is the word which has been used. So if you are able to adequately deal with the latest developments in the field, then we can say that the teaching is effective. So breadth of coverage represented by the 4 statements he has included. Then comes the examination. Again, you will agree with me, might be thinking how examination, but that is an integral part of teaching learning process. And the very first thing, which it is not available here, but you can think that an effective teaching is always characterized by use of variety of evaluation tools and techniques. That evaluation of student is not based only on the written test, but assignments, seminars, classwork, etc. They also form an integral part. So it is not only formative and summative evaluation. Today, we're talking about the continuous evaluation which a teacher needs to carry out. Each day, student needs to be observed and assessed. And for that matter, we have been talking of continuous assessment, which will help in improving the performance of the learner from day 1 to the last day of the program. So that is one. Another is fair and appropriate matters. Now, when we say fair and appropriate, what do we mean by fair and appropriate? That means those methods, tools, which are reliable, which are valid, which are practicable, and which have certain utility. Now here, when I talk in terms of the validity refers to whether the test measures what it intends to measure. Now, for example, when we have the class test, we have the end semester test, the validity is again under criticism. It is considered to be low. Why? Because we give external choices to our students. Attempt any 3 out of the 5 given, or attempt any 5 out of the 7 or 8 given. Once you give external choices, the student tries to learn 50 to 60% of the course. He doesn't learn 100% of the course. Then the test which we construct, they assess to 80 to 85% of the questions. They only test lower level abilities. That is remembering and understanding. Only 15 to 20% of the weightage goes to application and higher than application. So valid is one, which cognitive domain objectives, if we talk, it should give balanced assessment. That is, it is assessing learning outcomes at remembering, understanding, application, and higher than application, analysis, evaluation, and creating level learning outcomes. Another one is the reliability. The reliability refers to the dependability of scores or consistency of scores. So if you are administering a test today and after 10 days you administer the same test, the scores should not vary significantly, or there should be high correlation between the two sets of scores. But that is actually not happening. We have number of cases where students go in for re-evaluation, and then we find that there is a marked difference in the first evaluation and the second evaluation should not. Likewise, we find that theory and practical, there is hardly any correlation between the two, or there is hardly any correlation, low correlation, I would say, between the internal assessment and the external assessment. Many people are able to attain very high marks in internal assessment, but when it comes to end semester examination or end examination, that is annual system of examination, there is low correlation between the two things. So reliability, validity, and then practicability. If you are planning to organize, say, Viva Voce for your students, but the number of students is 180 in your class, it requires a lot of time. So do you have enough time to have 10 to 15 minutes spent on each student, and then you can make the assessment? That's a question mark. So practicability of the evaluation. Another is the utility. So to what extent the assessment which is carried out is being utilized by the teacher? Again, there is a big question mark. When we carry out, given, say for example, we have given a class test, there were 3 questions to be attempted out of the 5. How many times a teacher really analyzes out of the 5 questions, which is the question which has not been attempted by any student? Which is the question where all the students are getting less than 40% marks? Which is the question where all the students are getting more than 70% marks? Which is the question in which a simple single mistake has been made by all the students who have attempted that question? Do we all make this kind of analysis? So one has to look into validity, reliability, practicability, and utility of evaluation. And on the basis of the evaluation, whether the feedback flows to the learner. Many times, only the grade is given to the learner. And even if we have put circles around the mistakes, we do not give the right answer to that. So a student needs to get relevant task-related corrective feedback. Corrective because he can improve upon. So it is teaching, when we say the teaching is effective when valuable feedback flows back to the learner and it helps the learner to improve upon his performance. And it is also, again, this is referring to the validity which I have already covered here. That is, whatever the course content are, those are emphasized in the test, whether it is assignment or whether it is class test or you have asked the student to seminar, that is all related to the course content. So if these things are present, we can say that teaching is effective. And then it is only assignments. Assignment may be in a form of written questions, or it may be in the form of seminar, it may be in the form of a case study, it may be in the form of a small project. So whatever assignments are included or task activities are included in classroom, or they are given as home assignments, they need to be challenging. Challenging means they should not be too easy, they should not be too difficult, but requires effort to be put in by the students. And students is not expected to pick up one book and complete the assignment. Student is required to refer to number of sources. So it is a challenging task for the teacher to design assignments in such a manner that students don't get ready-made answers to those questions from one source of information. Then it will help in understanding of subject. That is obvious that whatever assignment you provide to the student or task you give, that enhances the appreciation and understanding of the subject matter. And then another one very important dimension of effective teaching is the enthusiasm on the part of the teacher. The teacher needs to be dynamic and energetic. Now you might have come across that there are teachers who go to the class, simply they go to the PowerPoint and go on reading what is written on the PowerPoint. And many times they are not even looking at students, what the students are doing. So they go on speaking and speaking. Dynamic and energetic means a teacher who keeps eye contact with the students, moves around in the class a bit, take stock of what the students are indulging in, and he's enthusiastic about what he's teaching. There are teachers who would say, you have to simply clear this course. It has no value when you go to the field, or it doesn't relate, it doesn't count much. You have to simply clear. The teacher himself has a low motivation for teaching that particular course. And he takes extra. That means he tries to design certain new tasks, activities, or he gathers material from various sources which he shares with the students, and he enhances his presentation with humor. When it is also an element of effective teaching, humor, but humor is not where it is not related to what you are doing. You cannot outrightly cut a joke in the class unless and until it is relevant to what you are teaching. Only then you relate that incident in the class. So presentation style of the teacher, which is very unique to individuals. People use the same lecture method, but that lecture method varies from one individual to another. So how you handle a particular method is your presentation style. And if you are able to hold the interest of your student by your style, then your teaching is effective. So you can see it is referring to enthusiasm on the part of the teacher himself. So whether he's enthusiastic about teaching, he's dynamic and energetic, that means he puts in extra effort, remains alert, interacts with people in the class, and he tries to integrate humor, and his presentation style holds interest. Then in addition to that, another dimension which has been identified is the course difficulty and workload. And you might be thinking how these are the dimensions of effective teaching. If your course is perceived to be highly difficult, students will lose the interest. So what is expected is the teacher should ensure that it is of moderate difficulty. It is not perceived to be of high difficulty. And you should not give heavy workload to your students. What happens? Many times you might have come across this situation when you are giving an assignment, student says, ma'am, already 2 teachers have already given us the assignment for this week. You say, no, I have also decided that I'll give assignment and you have to submit by this date. And every alternate week you are loading students with the assignments of one kind or another. The too much workload is also not expected by the learners. So it has to be a balanced one, which is again moderate workload which you can assign to your students, and then the pace which you adopt. Whether you are too fast, too slow, or your pace varies. Initially you were slow, and by the end of the course your pace is too fast. Even that is not desirable. A pace which is moderate, that means you have to see that in the beginning of the year you plan how much time you are going to spend on each topic. If you are going to have, say, 90 hours teaching for a particular course, how many hours would you give to first topic, second topic, third topic, and so on? And you also specify the dates on which you are going to engage those classes. There may be some little variation here and there because there are many unforeseen circumstances which you come across, but you can always look to the pace so that you give adequate time to each topic. I still remember there have been many cases where the previous the 3 or 4 topics have been left by the teachers because there was no time with the teachers to complete even the syllabus. So if you plan, you can keep track of your pace. Then hours per week, effort required outside the class. So if the course is of 90 hours, how much time you expect your learners to devote at home or outside the class? So whether it is 4 hours a week, 6 hours a week, 10 hours a week, as you increase the number of hours, the difficulty and the workload will increase on the learner. So you need to again normalize that if the student is studying 4 to 5 courses, how much time you should work, he'll be able to devote to the course. Work out and try to remain within those limits. Don't exceed those limits. So the course will be perceived of moderate workload and difficulty. And if you know, one of the dimensions of effective teaching is if you are able to, they would love to study that course. That is an indicator of, and if students are able to expect high grade in the course, we are not talking of actual scores, but what are their expectations that this particular course will give them 70 marks, 80 marks, 90 marks, or whether they'll be only able to achieve 40, 50 marks. So expectation, the higher the expectation, the higher will be the effort put in, and thus higher will be the actual scores of the students. So these are indicated as 9 dimensions of effective teaching. But I'll go a step further. Let's leave this, I have already covered. If you are thinking of that a teacher is doing the classroom teaching, every lecture which is delivering is passing through different 3 aspects: introduction, development, and closure, right? And teacher effectiveness can be gauged or assessed with respect to how he builds the introduction, how he develops the lesson, what are his or her communication skills, what is the learner involvement, what kind of methods and media have been used, what kind of classroom management strategies have been there, how the person summarized the lesson. Now, let me just give, this is the rubric which we developed at NITTTR to evaluate the classroom teaching effectiveness. Who is a highly effective person? A person who is able to provide an adequate explanation regarding current and future worth of the topic. So, to arouse the motivational level of the learners, it is very essential that a teacher tries to build up the rationale for learning a particular topic by giving its present and the future worth. How in today's context, and how in future they'll be able to abuse the knowledge of this topic. If you build that, it is an indicator of highly effective teaching. And if you provide adequate explanation, effective. If you provide inadequate explanation, you can be labeled as somewhat effective. And if you fail to give the explanation for the current and future worth, then the teaching effectiveness is considered to be least effective. Another one is posing questions related to the previous knowledge. Whenever we go and teach a particular topic, we expect that they should bring some previous knowledge to the class. And teacher at different points of time, it is not that only at the introductory level you are posing questions, but these are interspersed in your teaching at different points of time. Wherever there is need, you pose a question related to the previous knowledge of the learner. If a teacher poses adequate number of questions, he is highly effective. If he poses number of questions but not adequate, he is effective, but limited number, he is somewhat effective. If the teacher does not pose any question related to previous knowledge, then he is considered to be least effective. Then comes the structure of the topic and clearly stating the learning outcome. It is expected of any teacher that he or she will, in the beginning of the class, provide the content outline and what a student will be able to do. Not writing learning outcomes on the board, but stating them with the content. So if the teacher is able to provide the structure of the topic in the beginning and then specify the learning outcomes, highly effective. If he is giving the structure and major learning outcome, he is able to say not all, then effective. If he is a few learning outcomes, he is able to state somewhat effective. If he is not able to state the learning outcomes, then he is considered to be least effective. Then comes the arousal of or sustaining the motivation of the learner. It is not only arousing the motivation of the students in the beginning of the class, but throughout the class, one needs to sustain the level of motivation. So whether a teacher is able to sustain the motivation of the learner, that is, one has to look into this aspect also. So you can see that if the teacher is able to sustain the motivation, I think throughout the class, frequency में बात करूंगी, throughout the class, highly effective. Most of the time he is able to sustain, he is effective. Some of the time he is able to sustain the motivation, then he is somewhat effective. If he is not able to sustain the motivation level of the learner, he is least effective. Then comes the development. Development of the lesson means that you are now building up explanation on the learning outcomes which you have stated. So deals with clarity. All concepts, principles, theories, whatever he is teaching, he is able to deal them with clarity. He is able to give adequate explanation for them. And if for the majority of the concept, then he is effective. If it's most of the concept, then somewhat effective. He is not able to explain, he makes errors, then he is least effective. And then you can see, which I was talking, that he has to build the relationship. So relates concepts, principles to the topic, to other topics, to subjects, or the builds relationship with day-to-day life or world of work. So if the person is able to build the relationship, is most highly effective. If major concepts is able to build the relationship, he is effective. Some concepts he is able to do, he is somewhat effective. And then if he is unable to relate, he is considered to be least effective. Then look at that the latest development, that point also came in the dimensions also. So adequately deals with latest developments. Highly effective, deals with latest developments. Effective, limited knowledge of latest developments, somewhat effective. Lacks knowledge of the latest development, least effective. Then you can find out the explanation I've already covered. Cite adequate number of applications. So if the person is able to do that, he's highly effective. If major application is able to do, he's effective, still effective. And if he is some examples, limited examples he can give, he is somewhat effective. If he is unable to give applications, then he is least effective. Then what we are looking at is when the teacher is interacting, communication skills is another dimension. So here we are making use of whether the person is able to use appropriate language, grammatical correctness, right? So one has to look into, I think missed some part of cut gap. Like when we are talking in terms of communication, you have to look to the verbal communication and the non-verbal communication of the teacher, and the kind of speaking, listening skills which you should be able to, because it's primarily oral communication that is taking place in the classroom situation. And then I think just let me move to that particular slide by mistake. Here we were referring to this one. So communication skills would include both. I think some part is cut here. So learners' involvement is another dimension. So here you can see learners' involvement means what we have referred to the group interactions. So involves learner in the development of every aspect of the topic. So that is highly effective. Provide more than adequate number of tasks, exercises, activity in the classroom. It's not one-way communication that is taking place, but the teacher is ensuring the participation of the student or the learner. Then adequate opportunity is provided to the learner to ask questions, seek clarification, and or the student can also supplement the information, and the teacher consistently obtains feedback from the learner. These are some of the aspects of highly effective teachers. Then comes feedback, as we have said. Again, I think I have cut down something. So when we talk in terms of feedback, it is that the teacher consistently takes, obtains and provides feedback, and which is task related, which is accurate, which is corrective. So that one has to ensure of highly effective teaching. And then comes next one is your summarization. Many times it happens that we abruptly close the topic and there's hardly any time for us to summarize. So a good or effective teaching is one which is having a section of summarization. Summarization can be done by the teacher himself or herself, or summarization can be done with the help of the learners. You can ask the learners to give the main points, or you can pose relevant question and students can give answer to those questions to summarize the lesson. And it is to be followed by some assignment or announcement of the topic which you are going to deal in the class. Then the method and media, which are important. So appropriate instructional methods are used by the highly effective teachers. So that means whatever methods you use, they are facilitating the attainment of those learning outcomes by the learners. You have seen that in the previous session. And good quality media is used by the teacher. Then discipline is another issue. Don't go by the weightages, so consistently maintains discipline in the class. So this is a rubric which has been developed. So one can make use of this rubric, which can be used. Maybe you are asking the experts or maybe a senior members, 2 or 3 senior members who are sitting in the class of the teacher, and then he or she is evaluated. Corrective feedback is given to the benefit of this rubric is when you evaluate with respect to this, you can give 4, 3, 2, and 1. So if a person, you can put other provides more than 4 mark, 3 mark, 2 mark, 1 mark. So the person in the remark section, you can always give suggestions for improvement. So otherwise also this is too focused feedback that will flow to the teacher. So if it is taken this in the beginning of the semester and you provide the corrective feedback, the person has the right and freedom to bring changes in the teaching learning process. And maybe during the semester, he can again be evaluated, and then towards the end of the semester, again he is evaluated. The dimensions which I have talked about, the 9 dimensions, the very first one which you could see, there is a scale available which is referred to as student evaluation of the educational quality. So SEEK is available on the website. One can use this SEEK questionnaire. Students can provide the feedback to the teacher, and depending upon the rating, this teacher can take the corrective actions and he can bring improvements in teaching, learning, and evaluation. So friends, in nutshell, I would simply end with that when we talk in terms of the teaching effectiveness, we have in mind to determine to what extent the learning outcomes have been attained. And these learning outcomes which we attain include so many other things which come in the way of how the lectures were organized, what kind of presentation style was used by the teacher, what kind of tasks and activities were included, how interaction was generated, how the teacher was able to evaluate the learning attainment of learning outcomes, whether it was reliable, valid, practicable, and had utility, and then how much workload has been perceived or difficulty level has been perceived by the student, and what is the student perception of the learning from the course. So all these are the dimensions of effective teaching. So it is up to us. We need to use this teaching effectiveness to bring improvement, not rating of teachers, but we need to use student evaluation of education quality or student feedback as a measure for bringing improvements in the teaching learning process rather than utilizing it for grading teachers. So let me now quickly go to the chat box and see if there are any questions. Are the learners with me? Yes, we are there. So any question, if you have, kindly write it in the chat box. There is one Dr. Dr. Narwant Singh has written a question. If the number of students in the class is high and teacher has other responsibilities assigned by the institution, in such situation, how the concerned teacher can develop the innovative assignments and make the teaching? Sir, I disagree with you. Whatever may be the responsibilities assigned by the institution, teaching remains our primary responsibility. And I have learned this from my seniors also, who could say no to the higher authority when they had a class. And this is where I think the administrators should also understand that why teacher is there primarily for teaching, learning, and evaluation. The administrative activities which are assigned should be done after the class or prior to the class rather than during the class time. So that I think any conscientious teacher would put effort to bring in quality, because this is where my credibility is under question. So I think I need to look into that and make it more effective rather than simply shouldering the responsibility assigned to me by the administration. So my question is, whatever responsibilities have been assigned by the administration, they should take the second seat, and the first position should be given to the teaching, learning, and evaluation. So if you have a class, please take it and make it a point to take it seriously and try to improve upon the quality. Then we have another question. What if students are not reciprocating your sincere efforts? Now, sir, I would simply say Shelley. I think Shelley has asked this question. So I would say now the kind situation that exists in our institution, everybody is familiar with. Anybody who's desirous of entering an engineering institution is able to get an admission. So the quality is certainly not up to the mark. And sometimes it happens, despite your best efforts, you are not getting the response. But now the teacher has to come to the level of the learner. So gradually you start with easier things, simple things, and gradually go on adding the higher difficulty things. So start with simple, easy, concrete things, then go to difficult, complex things or defined things. That will help you in, and always try to provide successful experiences to your learner. कहते हैं ना, success breeds success, and it is also a motivational principle. So if you are able to make them experience success by posing them simple question, by giving them simple assignment, giving them simple task, and then gradually you increase. सिंपल से मॉडरेट डिफिकल्टी पे आओगे, मॉडरेट डिफिकल्टी से डिफिकल्टी पे जाओगे, and then another strategy you can adopt is always give choices to your students. Never give them one assignment, one task. Give them 2-3 choices, so that depending upon their interest and level which they have, and you will see that you have one very simple, another very difficult, another moderately difficult things gradually you will see those who have been using simple things initially, they'll also shift to moderately difficult and difficult things. So try to use those principles which you have learned, and these will certainly help. You cannot go back to the school and then teach them everything. But only thing you can do is make things to the level of learner. Just keep that in mind. They are, and slowly, slowly you raise the standard bar. That you, if you do, certainly you can make a change. Then I think not audible, वो तो अब हो गया. अच्छा जी. Then I think there's no any other question. If students are not okay, these are the two questions. Any other question if you have, or anything you would like to give me feedback? Anybody who would like to say anything, welcome. Over to the organizers then.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing and imparting valuable inputs on learning outcomes and pedagogical technique. And the second one is you're teaching for effective teaching dimensions. We have to use that things in our day-to-day life as a teacher. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks for being a part of our faculty development program.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and wish you all the best to all the participants.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. After 3:30, we are having a next session that is delivered by Dr. P.S Chahal, working with Chandigarh University. Let's wait for another, take a 10-minute break. We will start 3:30.
This conference will now be recorded.
A very good afternoon to all. Should I start, sir?
Yes, definitely, ma'am. We can start.
Okay, let me introduce you, sir. Very good afternoon, sir. Dr. Bhupinder Pal Singh Chahal is a professor of management in the University School of Business at Chandigarh University. He is currently working as an associate dean, academic systems in Chandigarh University. He uses participatory and innovative teaching methodologies for imparting knowledge capsules on the course curriculum. He has undertaken several development activities and is an active participant on several academic, administrative, and research excellence committees. His forte is marketing and international business, and he has mentored research work on many topics for these domains. For papers, case studies, chapters in books and several publications in international and national referred journal, which are Scoopus, ABDC, and UGC listed. His research work has been presented and published as a conference proceeding in multiple international and national conferences. He also made many contributions to edited books. Dr. Chahal is a mentor for several PhD research scholars who are pursuing research topics in the domain of knowledge management, financial inclusion, marketing, international business, documentation, and entrepreneurship development, besides a number of other innovative subjects. 4 PhDs are completed under his guidance. 2 of the scholars have already submitted their thesis. He has completed several major and minor consultancy projects worth 25 lakh in the last 8 years. Right now, handling project amount to 16 lakh, which have been garnered great repute in the corporate world. He has had tremendous experience in handling training and capacity building programs at the national level. He has an innate expertise in team building, conducting survey, analysis of data, competency enhancement, and strategic planning. Out of total of 17 years of work experience, Dr. Chahal has devoted 12 years of these as a profound academician, holding decision-making positions in various committees, teams, and clubs, focused on making the institution as a center of excellence. An intrepid teacher, he has a natural flair for teaching and evaluating the efforts of all the learners he has supervised in his regular teaching. He has special technique of assessment. He has a knowledge to prepare questions and assignments that challenge the total classroom and self-study done by those being appraised. He is continually updating his knowledge and keep abreast with the latest development in the field of business, marketing, and management. Thank you, sir, being with us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nadeep, for this. I'm really obliged and I'm really happy that this kind of a profile has been read by you for me. Though it has put additional pressure on me because saying so much about me is making me more nervous now, as I've been sitting in the company of elite academicians, and I'm very, very lucky, and I must say I'm very, very profound that I've got this opportunity to talk to all of you. Talking after Dr. P.K. Tulsi is like showing a torch in front of the sun. So that's the kind of a particular situation I'm in right now, because she's such a profound academician, and I myself follow her on a number of different kind of FDPs I've attended. So I've learned a lot from her. So I intentionally joined at a little earlier just to listen to what all things she is talking about and to enrich my own knowledge. Well, as far as my topic is concerned today, we will be talking about knowledge management in education sector. The reason why I have picked up this particular topic, because when Dr. Navdeep approached me and asked me that she wants to do a particular FDP program on teaching pedagogy, especially in the area of engineering, and I, belonging to a management education field, was a little skeptical in the beginning that what kind of a content I should come up with. Then I realized that in this today's present scenario, one of the most important aspect is how to utilize a data sitting at distant places, sitting at off places. We used to be there in the office, we used to be together, we used to work in as a team, and we used to sometimes share a lot of informations and data with each other, some lot of knowledge with each other. So it was more like a group activity when we were working in regular hours in regular colleges. But since last 6 months, I think most of us are working from home or going through the culture of work from home, which we were not acquainted. And though in the beginning, being a part and parcel of the same group and being in the same boat, I realized that work from home is an amazing experience. It's an amazing kind of a break, that you're working from home, sitting in your own congenial environment, and then taking up the things and discussing the things and just taking lectures in the day and moving ahead. But slowly and steadily, I started realizing that work from home is not that much fun the way we assumed it or we perceived it in the beginning. One of the major reasons which I found was missing is the knowledge. The knowledge which I would have gained being in the company of my colleagues, the knowledge which I would have gained by being in a face-to-face interaction with my students, that part was big time missing. So this particular thing persuaded me to work more on the concept of knowledge management and what efforts can be made by the institutions, the educational institutions, in order to enhance the capacity and capability and efficiency of the faculties and the students and the organization and institution overall, in order to create an environment where knowledge sharing becomes a norm. Knowledge sharing becomes a habit of the people working with these institutions. So that was the main particular logic or the reason behind taking up this topic. Well, I know that the day has been quite hectic for most of us, particularly you people, because you were sitting on the other side of the table and was listening to quite a heavy lectures from Dr. P.K. Tulsi, and I know she's a hardcore professional, so she definitely convey all her message to everyone. Fine. Even if you people become a little uncomfortable listening to her experience, because she is so experienced and she is so well versed with everything that sometimes we started feeling that we are not able to cope up. So what we're going to do today, I would just like to request to as many people who can turn on their cameras so that we can have a more interactive session. I don't want to keep it a monologue, because this is not something which can be done by keeping it a monologue, because that way, I mean, it may become too taxing on you at this particular point of time. So my humble request to all of you is that if you can turn on your cameras so that we can have a more interactive session and we can understand the concepts in a better way and we can actually learn it in a more elaborative way. So to start with, okay, let me come back to what I was expecting or what I'm expected to deliver today. To come back with what is knowledge management. We will be going through the process through PPTs, we will be learning it, but let's have a fundamental understanding of the concept first before we proceed with the PPTs and all. What is knowledge management? There is always a confusion among people between knowledge management and information management. It was always a question mark in the mind of the people, because sometimes we take knowledge as information and sometimes we take information and knowledge, and it becomes difficult for us to segregate the two, to differentiate between the two. So what we're going to do in the beginning, we will be talking about the concept of knowledge and information, how they are different, in what way they've been defined or prescribed as different, and then we will understand the impact of knowledge management on an organization. We will be looking into the concept of how knowledge management affects the stakeholders. And by when I say stakeholders, we are talking about the students, we are talking about the faculties, we are talking about the teaching and non-teaching staff, and the overall organization. And then we will be looking into the concept of how knowledge management can be enhanced, or it can be made as a culture, it can be made as an environment in an organization, which will result in the upliftment, which will result in the increase in the efficiency and effectiveness of all the stakeholders, including students, including faculties, as well as the management by themselves, how it will happen. So these are the fundamental concepts which we will be taking up and we will be talking about. My request to all of you is that I will be open to all the questions during the session also. So you need not to wait for me to complete the session and then ask me questions, because it's a 1.5 hour session. What happened in that case is whatever I have covered up in the beginning of the session, if you're going to wait for another hour or 45 minutes or 60 minutes to ask me that question, your connectivity with that question and my connectivity with that topic, it may go off. So I need to recollect and go back and rethink what I was talking about and why I was talking about before answering your query. So my humble request to all of you is that if in case you think there is something which you are not able to get, or there is something which you have to cross check or will have to ask me, please feel free to utilize the chat. You can put it in a general chat, or if you want to put that question to me individually, you can put a question to me individually also, and we can discuss on that. Fine. So this is the way we're going to go. So I'm going to begin. I'm about to share my PPT with you. I just need help for Dr. Navdeep, that because I'm not able to locate the point where I can share the PPT.
Sir, see the right, left side of you are as a presenter, sir. We added you as a presenter.
Yes, Dr. Navdeep, I can see that. But because before I think I got the options, now I'm not getting those options on my screen right now.
Here we are having, sir, option, then clicking that option, sir, as a presenter.
I've already done that, but I'm still not getting any options available with me. Do I have to stop sharing my webcam for putting up my PPT?
Yes, sir. You have to, sir.
Fine. I think now I'll be able to do it.
Getting it now?
No, still I'm not finding any option on my screen. I am just trying to look for the content, but
Sir, when you having a GoToMeeting app, you have a mic, camera, then screen. Then you have to click that screen option.
my camera, but I'm not finding the option of screen on this particular option. So I have connected to audio,
First
mute.
one is mic, camera, screen, and then leave. And third option is a screen. You can you click there at the screen.
Dr. Radip, I can understand this, but these options are not available on my screen right
Send it
now.
to me, please. Send it to me.
Shall I mail it to you?
Just send me the WhatsApp on my WhatsApp number.
I can mail it to you because I'm available on the email right.
No issue, sir. Send it to on my mail.
Okay, everyone. In the meantime, we get over this technical glitch. Ma'am, I've already sent the PPT to you.
Okay,
Till we get over this particular technical glitch,
you,
let's.
1 minute,
Pardon
sir.
me.
Just hold 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, sure. In the meantime, let me talk to the audience who are there. Must be waiting since morning because it's already 3:45. I think I should not make them wait for any longer. Okay. This is the PPT. Absolutely. Can we enlarge the screen, please? The very first one, the inverted. Yes, right. Okay. Role of management in education. Now, what all are we going to cover up in this particular PPT? That will be on the next slide. Can we go to the next slide, please? Because I've already discussed about this. Yes. Let's understand what is knowledge first. First, we will understand the concept of knowledge, because as I already told you, one big question that comes to us is what is knowledge and what is information. This particular slide will help you in understanding that knowledge is a very broad definition as compared to information. From data, we go to the phase of information, and from information, we go to the phase of knowledge. Information provides us or gives us some kind of knowledge in the way that it provides us a part of the knowledge. But how it became a knowledge? Because we are able to assimilate that knowledge and draw out some kind of conclusions or some kind of references out of it. And that becomes the second phase. Getting information that it is cold outside, that is an information. But ensuring that we know what to be done in this situation is a knowledge. So that is the fundamental difference. Data gives you statistics or numbers. Those numbers give you some kind of information. And when you take that information, connect it with some kind of an aspect, draw some conclusions out of it, draw some references out of it, then it becomes knowledge. So the fundamental difference of knowledge and information is that information is all about data and some particular outcome of it, and knowledge is attaching along with the experience, you make it a knowledge. Important concept why I'm talking so much about this part is because knowledge management is becoming very critical these days. It has become a tool in the hands of the management and a tool in the hands of the corporates and companies and all over. It is not only confined to education. We are going through a pandemic right now. We are going through difficult times right now, and we are taking classes, we are teaching in such a way which we have not ever thought of, which we have not ever imagined that there will be a day when we are sitting at our home or sitting in our office, sitting in front of a desktop or a laptop and taking classes of 100 plus or 60 plus or 70 plus students who are dispersed across the nation, or maybe out of nation also, international students also. So we have never thought of that part, but now that has become a reality and it has become a part and parcel of our pedagogical tools and teachings. I was listening to Dr. P.K. Tulsi's lecture, and in the end, somebody asked a question, some sir asked a question stating that students are not responding, they are not replying, what to be done? So ma'am gave a good answer to that particular question. She actually gave a very good answer to that question. But what addition I can do at my end to that is listening to that particular question, because I was thinking that if I'll get an opportunity, I will answer that. The content which we will be having, or the content which we need to create, we need to create an engagement content. It is not only about involving a student, it is about engaging a student. How do we engage a student? What are the techniques that we can use in order to engage the student? Ma'am has already explained all those things, that class activities, pedagogies, teaching techniques, and all that. Now, why am I talking about that lecture again and again? Because that becomes a base for my lecture to be delivered to everyone. Because what she was talking about preparation, outcome, and evaluation. What I'm going to talk about, whatever has been done so far, are we actually creating an environment in the organization by which we can share all that with everyone who are involved with in the organization? That is what is knowledge management is all about. If I know something, if I have a, now what happened, I give you a simple example of knowledge management. There are 3 professors from finance or marketing or HR, fine, or any of your field of specialization category. If I talk about the engineering, from mechanical or from chemical, they all are good at it. But have you ever thought of a mechanical a particular engineer of chemical or a faculty of chemical, and then tying up with a bio faculty, and they are doing a combined research? You all are from engineering and management background, so you must be doing a lot of combined researches or cross specialization researches. But this is what we call when we talk about the knowledge management. And whatever we are coming out with that, are we disseminating it to the other colleagues? Today, if we are a part of one particular group of 15 faculties or 16 faculties, I don't know the faculty who's working in marketing, who's a specialization in marketing sitting next to me, what that faculty is working on, what research that faculty is doing, what kind of a paper the faculty is coming up with. So the reason is not because we don't want to share. The reason behind that is because the culture has not been developed in an organization where we share the information with others. Information is the only thing which the more we share, the more it spreads. The more we share, the more we gain back. But that particular thought process or that particular mindset has changed drastically in the last few years. And knowledge management is going to change that. It is going to be a key word. Believe me, it is going to be a key word on which organizations will be working their USPs, their unique selling propositions, their unique selling characteristics. Look at any big organization today. Look at any big IMCs today. These IMCs, one of the key component which these IMCs possess is that they share knowledge among their employees and enhance their employees. They only keep it, they do not keep it confined at one particular corner. They don't do that. Talking about it, with the invent of internet, this knowledge management has become a part and parcel of everyone's life. We all have started sharing knowledge with each other at a more frequent way as what we used to do before. Before I proceed to the next part, I'll just read the definition of the term knowledge management. Knowledge management is the process of creating, sharing, using, and managing the knowledge and information of an organization. So that is what knowledge management is going to talk about, and this is what we will be working on. And I'm going to connect it with the requirement of the educational institutions. I will be connecting it with the requirements of the corporate houses. Ma'am, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. Now, starting with the introduction of the term knowledge management. Knowledge management is rapidly becoming one of the next big management trends in education, beside earlier trends like business process, re-engineering, and organization learning and total quality management. So it has become a very key component. The reason behind it, because it is more about retaining the employees enhancing the employees. That is what is becoming the key component of knowledge today. You have to utilize it, you have to use it, and you have to enhance it and increase their efficiency. So that is what is becoming an important part, and which automatically enhances the importance of the term knowledge management. Knowledge management is the key factor for organizational success, corporate houses and other, and survival now. It is about how to build knowledge management into strategy process of organizations. Now, this is both from the private sector point of view as well as the educational sector point of view. Fine. Now, corporate houses, as I already discussed, they insist on knowledge management techniques. I have seen it because one of my PhD student has already been told by Dr. Navdeep that one of my PhD student has completed a PhD in knowledge management, and we have even filed a patent also on the same. We have come up with a particular process of knowledge management, and we have filed a patent also, and we are very hopeful that we're going to get that patent. Reason behind that, because this is going to be a key component where companies and the educational institutions will be building up their content, and it is going to be a categorically a subject which is going to be a part and parcel of all departments across all specializations and streams, not only confined to engineering, not only confined to management, but it's going to be across all streams. So anyone who can have a better grip or knowledge about this concept can look forward towards a good future in the days to come. Reason, because since the moment the pedagogical tools and techniques have shifted from offline to online, this particular concept has started gaining a very vast acknowledgement across the globe. It has started becoming a very important component of performance as well as efficiency. Ma'am, can we go to the next slide, please? Yes. It was observed that managers typically spend too little time thinking seriously about strategy and the future. And this is a statement which has been given by C.K. Pralhad. He's a marketing guy who has a number of books on his name, and Gary Hamel. We need to ensure that in this limited time, the important dimension of knowledge does not get overlooked. Now, what they are talking about is strategies are formulated and they are implemented. So managers have started following the strategies instead of being or participating in the strategy formulation, which has completely changed the scenario. Today, there is not any more management by exception. There is a term which we use in management. We call it management by exception, by which we mean that only important contents are shared with the top management. Rest all are being done by or been taken care by at the lower levels. The same is applicable on the educational institutions also. The same is applicable on the educational institutions. Today, it has become my problem. I'll deal with it. If I won't be able to do it, I'll take or seek help. But how are you going to deal with these problems which are regular or recurring problems? How are you going to do it? Now that skill or that particular efficiency will come to you when you're going to have a good knowledge sharing culture, because these problems are not new problems. These are not those kind of problems which were never there before. These problems were there before also, but somebody has handled it in a better way. But do you have any idea or any knowledge how they have handled it? What have they done? What kind of the circumstantial scenarios they had, and how they have taken those steps? If you are aware, you will be taking a more informed decision. You will be taking a more informed, you will be opting for a more informed alternatives or options. But if you are not aware, then what we're going to do? Then in that case, either we're going to use a hit and trial method, or we're going to look into the situation and take a decision, and that decision may succeed or may fail. So what is the issue? Issue is circulation of knowledge, sharing of knowledge. And it does not mean only documentation. Please understand, knowledge management does not only confine itself to documentation. It is not only about making files, keeping files, because nobody is interested, or neither of you have, any one of us is having time to go through a 20-page or 30-page or 50-page file. It is about important contents and putting it online now, because internet has started playing a very significant role, putting it online and utilizing it. That's what we're talking about. Ma'am, to the next slide, please. So the question comes, what is knowledge? Knowledge is one of the most important assets of any school organization, critical for school sustainability. Without knowledge, it is very difficult for any educational institutions or any institutions to sustain. Reason? Because knowledge actually helps you in making a difference between a student, a professional, and an academician. An academician can be a professional, but a professional cannot be an academician. The reason major behind that is because the art of disseminating the knowledge, gaining and disseminating the knowledge, may not be there in a professional or in a industry people the way it is there with an academician. That is an important aspect which we should understand, and this is what we need to learn as a faculty, because all of us are faculty out of choice, not out of compulsion. So understanding the concepts, disseminating that information, understanding how that information needs to be provided, encouraging our students to participate in that information becomes a very critical thing and important part. My dear colleagues, I requested you before, I'm requesting you once again that if there is any question related to any part what I'm talking right now, because I cannot see anyone, I cannot see your reactions to what I'm talking. So the only way we can communicate with each other is through the chats or the messages. So please let's keep this session a little live. I know this is the last session and it's always a taxing to go through the last session. Please let's try to keep it a little live and keep on putting your queries or questions if there is anything into the chat box so that we can have a more discussion and everyone participate. On your screens, you are finding three particular parts: acquire knowledge, apply knowledge, and share knowledge. Now, what does this means? It is all about accumulation of facts, procedural rules, heuristic, and through our daily experience and studies. Now, the difference between information and knowledge, which we talked about before, is that information is data from which we draw some conclusion, but knowledge is where we attach our experience along with that info, whatever we have gained from information. So it is about acquiring knowledge. By basic education, schools, we acquire knowledge, applying knowledge, following the relevant work processes and project management, and sharing knowledge, lesson learned, best practices, detected errors and mistakes and solutions, etc. Now, why this slide has been put in front of us? The reason behind that, because these are the three components or the contents which we need to achieve in our classes also. This is what we need to use in disseminating our knowledge. This is what we need to use in sharing our knowledge with the students. Most of the colleges or most of the universities and departments, they build up an amazing curriculum. Fine, they take a lot of inputs, but building a curriculum is not the solution. How that curriculum should be disseminated, what are the techniques and tools which needs to be used in order to encourage people to participate, that also plays a very significant role. So when we say acquire knowledge, acquiring knowledge, students can acquire knowledge by reading books also, by reading notes also. Today things like SlideShare and all has given another upper hand to the student, that they can just log on to those particular components and they can enhance their knowledge. But second part of it, application of it, how to apply, how it can be used, how it will be benefited to them, how they can get the best outcome out of it, that plays a very significant role. And the third part, which is more important for us and for our student, and it only depends upon the culture that we develop, it is about sharing the knowledge. Sharing the knowledge, because we have learned something, we have gained something, we have learned the way of implementing something. Let's share that knowledge with others also. Sharing that knowledge does not mean that you go and start suggesting everyone, or you go and start instructing everyone that I know the best, so I want to guide you. Sharing knowledge means you need to create that kind of an environment in your team, in your workplace, and in your particular educational institutions where you encourage people to share, where you encourage students to share. Fine, with an experience of around 16-17 years, I can bet on this particular part, and I'm talking from my personal experience only, that there are a lot of things which I learn every time I walk into a class to take the class. I learn from my students, because sometimes when you're discussing about a topic, even though you've been teaching that topic since last 5 years or 6 years, you will never been able to look at that topic from a perspective the way a student puts it in front of you. The way a student puts in front of you. Dr. Subbarao has put a particular question saying, sir, you said an academician can become a practitioner, but practitioners can't become academicians. Actually, there are many professors in reputed college who came from industry. I think a good experience in industry adds value to the academics. Ideally, there should be an industry, academia, collaborations and cooperations. Dr. Subbarao, I completely agree with your point. I completely agree with your point. But what I meant to say when I made that statement is that an attribute to become a faculty, a mindset to become a faculty is required, because industry environment is quite different as compared to an academician or academic environment. Industry environment gives us practical exposures. Industry people who comes into academics are more professional, believe me, I'm saying that, and are more well versed about the technicalities involved into the environment, so they can become a very effective and efficient faculties, no doubt about that. But the knack of being a faculty is required. I talk about my personal experience. I have seen amazing people who come from, because I've spent around 12-13 years in Pune, and in Pune we have a culture of adjunct faculties and visiting faculties, and categorically those people who comes from industry and spend good time in our colleges in order to teach the students. So I have seen that particular concept, and it's a very brilliant concept. One of the part which I miss in the northern part of the country, categorically in Punjab, is that we do not find such kind of experienced people who can come and take the lectures and can share their knowledge, disseminate their knowledge with the students, who always keeps on looking for some kind of a practical exposure. So I completely go with your point, but the reason why I said that, the acumen of being a faculty, there are a lot of more things required than just industry experience. Categorically, the most important part is the mindset. That is what is required. And because when somebody has 10 years or 15 years of experience in industry, that particular mindset has become or been carved into a different way, the way it is required for a faculty or to be a faculty. So yes, I completely agree with your point, but my intention of sharing that particular concept was different. That's the reason I made that statement stating that an academician can become industry people, though it is not applicable on all the academicians also, because theoretical knowledge is poles apart from the practical knowledge, and we all will agree to that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for acknowledging what I just shared. What is knowledge? Knowledge is derived from information, but it is richer and more meaningful than information, which we've been discussing again and again when we talked about it. It includes familiarity. Ma'am, can we go to the previous slide, please? Thank you so much. It includes familiarity, awareness, understanding gained through experience or study, results from making comparisons, identifying consequences, and making connections. Now, this is the part which differentiates knowledge from information. This is the important content which actually brings in the difference between a knowledge and information. And information will give you some kind of outcome. But when you talk about knowledge, it has a very broad concept. It is all about sharing. It's all about awareness, understanding, using your own experience and your own study in order to draw the conclusions out of it. It helps you in doing the comparisons, identifying what kind of consequences will be there with that particular concept, and making the connections with other supporting concepts also. So knowledge becomes a very broad concept as just confining it to the part of information. So that is the fundamental difference between the two. If there is any query, any question related to this point in anybody's mind, you can please ask me right now before we proceed further, because this difference is going to make a lot of difference in the upcoming slides. Ma'am, we have to go ahead. I think you have started going back. Yes, thank you so much. Okay, coming back to the point which we discussed in the beginning, and when I taken up this topic of knowledge management, I'll just read the statement which has been written in broad. There's a statement which has been given by Cheng and Rastogi. Knowledge management is a set of processes that governs the creation, distribution, and utilization of human intellect. This particular part is very important for us to understand. Reason behind that, because it is about not only sharing, it is about creation also. And then it is about distribution. And after distributing, it is about utilization. So creation, distribution, and utilization. So these are the three broad components of knowledge management. And somebody usually asks me the question, what is management in this case, and how do we apply management to knowledge? Because management is all about utilizing your limited resources to get the maximum or optimum utilization of them. Using your limited resources to get the optimum utilization from them. So using your limited resources of knowledge to get the optimum utilization of those resources, when we combine them together, we come to the topic of knowledge management. So creating knowledge, distributing knowledge, and optimum utilization of knowledge. When we combine these three concepts, we come to the topic of which we call as knowledge management. Can we go to the next one, ma'am? The knowledge management process supports organizational processes involving innovation, individual learning, collective learning, and collaborative decision making. Now, there are different components of this. First, innovation. Innovation at the part of faculty, innovation at the part of students, and innovation at the part of creating a culture which actually enhances your overall efficiency. Second, individual learning. Every particular individual has its own learning attributes, has its own learning style, or has its own learning way. So it becomes very difficult, or it becomes very challenging for us as academicians to work out on the common part where everyone can learn. So we usually use a concept of fast learners and slow learners in our universities and colleges. I think most of you must be definitely aware about this concept of fast learners and slow learners. The reason behind that is because the learning capacity or the learning ability of every individual is different, and we need to work it out accordingly. The one who are fast learners, we can provide them more advanced stuff and more technical stuff. The one who are slow learners, we need to work out certain kind of techniques and methodologies where we can make them learn what others are already have learned. So that concept we are talking about over here, and it all falls under the part of knowledge management. Collective learning. Collective learning means group learning. Group learning is becoming very important these days because categorically in the area of engineering and management. Because group learning or collective learning helps you in not only learning from the content which has been given to learn, but also from each other. It actually brings a better teamwork. It brings a coordination. It helps you in enhancing the capabilities and capacities of the student in order to work in diverse background people. So it has become a very important pedagogical tool in the hands of the management today, and they implement it. I have seen from my own experience I'm talking about, I have seen students from different kind of backgrounds coming together, learning collectively, and their outcome has become much better than what they were doing individually. And I'm talking from the MBA point of view. The same is applicable in engineering also. Because in engineering also, when you give them group projects, when you give them group assignments, you will find that there is a tendency that 1 or 2 students are very brilliant in that group and rest of them may not be that good. But if you actually encourage them, if you do a good observation or supervision of them, you will find that after some time, those other students also who were not good, they will also start participating. They will also start providing some kind of inputs and start learning from the ones who are doing good. So that is how you encourage knowledge management in your classes, in your pedagogical tools. And then collaborative decision making. Again, a part of group dynamics. Again, a part where everyone is been taken into the system in order to contribute towards a decision. Because when a collaborative decision making is being used, the benefit of that is everyone feels that we are responsible because we, based upon our discussions, based upon the things which we have decided is good for us, this particular decision has been taken. So the obligation is there on the part of the students. The obligation is there on the part of the faculties. I know there must be some HODs and some seniors sitting in this particular meeting right now. I would like to suggest them that decisions, whenever we take certain decisions related to any kind of a particular aspect of the college or the university, and especially related to pedagogical tools and techniques and all, it should always be a collaborative decision making. Reason, because being a faculty, if I have participated in that meeting and I have contributed something which I want to be implemented for encouraging and enhancing my capacity and capability, I will be automatically connected with the decision. And then my participation will improve. And also I will know that whatever has been given to me, whatever role has been given to me, whatever additional responsibility has been given to me, why that has been given to me. So there will be a more transparency in your decision makings. And transparency in decision making always helps us in getting a better voice from the people whom we have taken into confidence in order to implement that decision. So the fundamental principles under knowledge management in organization is to manage knowledge as a resource to fill existing knowledge gaps to improve the organization's performance. And from organization performance, we are talking about both corporate as well as academician or academic institutions. So this is how and why we use the term knowledge management. And this is the reason why it has started becoming such an important and integral part of every organization and every institutions that we can think of. Ma'am, next please. Now, knowledge management maximizes organization knowledge related effectiveness and prosperity with a sustainable competitive advantage. It has actually resulted in a competitive advantage in creating a mechanism that measures, stores, and transforms knowledge into intellectual capital. It increases staff's capability to solve problems and organization's ability to make improvements. This is a statement given by Salis and Jones in 2002, and now it is becoming more important because today the people who are involved into some kind of implementation and decision making, it is not required with the multinational companies and all these companies walking into India and all the countries across the globe. It is not required that you have to keep on relying upon someone to take a decision on your behalf. That is no more required. You have to take your own decisions. And how will you take your own decisions? You will be able to take your own decisions when you are informed about on what aspects you need to take a decision and what kind of a decisions has been taken so far from which you can learn and can take a more informed decision in order to enhance your capacity and capability. This is how a change in the culture has been brought in. This is what kind of additions which has been done in the complete system nowadays. Talking again from a COVID point of view, talking again from that particular perspective and aspects, all of us understands that today, because most of us are working from home, there are a lot of decisions which we have to take in case of some kind of contingencies and emergencies by not letting our performance suffer. Now, one of the biggest question mark which comes to us these days is how to make students participate, how to encourage students to contribute when we are delivering a lecture. The same kind of a situation what I'm facing right now is, because I think there are around 40 people or 39 people in my group, and I'm just looking forward to some kind of a cross question or some kind of a cross discussion which I can have with the people and can understand that I'm not sounding like an alien to all of you, and you people are actually there with me on whatever I'm discussing in the class. So how to do that, how to encourage people to participate? One of the best way to do that is you should always keep 5-7 minutes in the beginning or in the end available for questioning. And then most of you will say, sir, what is so new about it? Because this is what we usually do. We always tell them that this is a doubt clearing session and stuff like that. So what is so different about it? Now, what different we can do in this case is, we need not to make everyone being a part of it. We need to take some students who are with whom we can have a confidence, with whom we can confine certain things, and we tell them, you start participating, because it is a trend that when students will see 2 or 3 started participating, they also feel encouraged. I have tried it in my classes. I have implemented this strategy in my classes, and I found drastic changes. I have found those people participating in the discussions which have never been expected, never even seen in the chat boxes participating. Fine. So I have seen that particular trend taking place. So believe me, if you start doing this particular kind of strategy, if you start implementing, you will find more participation into your groups as compared to what you see right now. One of the biggest challenge to all of us is because most of the students are there in the classes, and we don't even know whether they are there or not, because they are logged in. We find them on this, we find them present, but we don't see their screens, so it becomes difficult for us to decide whether they're actually sitting there or not. So that's another part. So in order to overcome this particular difficulty, what we have done, or the strategy which I use, I keep on posting certain questions in between. And I keep on asking them to respond to those questions. And at the end of the lecture, I prepare a sheet that how many questions I have asked and how many students have participated and how many students have not participated. And on my group, I send them the message that this is the overall structure and this is the particular number of students who have not participated in any of the questions or in any of the exercises. So they understand that it is required at their part to participate. And I'm not talking about a small number. Here I'm talking about around 75-80 students in a section or in a class. But yes, it may be a little bit of additional pressure on all of us. It may become difficult for all of us that how many classes we take and how we're going to do all these things and how do we keeping a check on all these aspects. It will sound difficult for us in the beginning, but once you build up this habit of the student and make it very clear to the student that even if you are not visible to me, I still have a check on you, believe me, the participation of the student will increase. And I'm talking out of my personal experience, what I have implemented in the last 2-3 months since I started taking classes on this online platforms. There's a question from Ruchi saying problem is that students are only interested in attendance, especially in virtual platforms. How we can change the mindset of participating audience? Ruchi ma'am, I would like to suggest in this part is when we're going to have a monotonous lectures, this is going to be the condition. Look at, I'm sorry, I'm making this statement. As I am repeating it once again, I have 38 students in front of me right now, 38 students, and I'm delivering on a topic which most of us are directly connected with. But if I'm becoming a monotonous part, when I'm just reading the slides, I'm just moving ahead. When we as a faculties are not participating, how can you expect this from the students? How can you expect a student who knows that one of the prime objective of the student being there in that class is just to get attendance? This is quite obvious. This is very human. There is nothing new or shocking for us. You make an announcement in your offline class, says that whoever wants to sit, otherwise I'll give the attendance to the whole class. You will find 60% or 70% of the class will walk out. We will get the attendance, so no issues. But what happened in this case is two things. One, we should provide, or we should take the lecture in a way where we are taking the students along with us. Along with that, we should be able to use some kind of content into our lectures which actually interests the students. The way I do, I'll talk about I don't know whether it is right or wrong. I'm completely talking about my own particular concept. The way I do, I always open my session with a question. In between, after covering up some topic, I ask them again some questions and I post it on the chat, and I want everyone to respond. And the platform which I use, there I have an opportunity that I can cross check who has replied and who has not replied. Fine, I can cross check that. And in between, I use some content of humor also. Some kind of content which are more related to the current events that is going on in the market, or the current events that is going on in the business circle, and encourage them to participate. Sometimes what happens is, while taking the online classes, we do not take, or we do not acknowledge the students. We do not appreciate them. We do not enhance them or encourage them to share what they know about a concept. We make it little monotonous, and that is why students sometimes feel that, yeah, it is okay, because ultimately she is going to talk or he is going to talk and we're going to listen. Either we listen or we don't listen. What difference does it make? Another important problem which has come now, that we have made our assessment so easy that the student have lost interest in being there in the classes. Before, what used to happen, student used to appear for pen and paper examinations. So they used to write lengthy answers. Today, evaluation has become objective. And because it has become objective, I don't know, but students have used a different number of different platforms on which they can interact with each other. And it is more like a collaborative examination than an individual examination. It has become like that. So system is new, things are new for us as well as for the students. It will take time to get acquainted and get used to this system. So yes, we will definitely going to have a lot of difficulties in the beginning, what we are already facing right now. But the sooner we will work to come out of these difficulties, the sooner we will become, we will work to change these, or to change it into our advantages, the easier will be our adaptability. So that is the only thing I can suggest you. But I definitely go with you, Ruchi ma'am, because me as a faculty, if I'll talk about, I too am facing the same issues. I think after every few days, I have to make some statements in the classes saying that if you do not participate, then I have the list and I will take some corrective actions or some kind of actions against you. So yes, I completely agree with you on this part. But again, saying it with a very humble request that some changes needs to be done at our end also. We cannot continue taking the lectures in the way we used to take it in offline classes. We have to bring in some kind of engagement tools. There is a term which we say participation tools, and there is a term which we use as engagement tools. We have to use some engagement tools. One more example on related to that. I'm sorry, I'm taking this complete discussion away from the main point, but as this is important for all of us, because this is a part and parcel. This is practical implementation of knowledge management. I know you people, you must have gone hands up, Ruchi ma'am, that you put understood, sir, that please stop and move to the next topic. Enough from your side. But the last part which I would like to share with you is the content which we are developing, which we are disseminating to the students through the PPTs. That content can also become a little bit engagement based. That content can be developed on an engagement based basis. How and what, this we can discuss later on, because I don't want other people to just switch off their mics and cameras and move away. So we will discuss that. Thank you so much for replying and putting your question over here. Navdeep ma'am, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. Knowledge management versus information management. We have already discussed these points. We have already talked about it. The only thing which I would like to explain over here is the 4 boxes or the quadrants which are there in front of us. Tacit to tacit, tacit to explicit. So important part in this to understand is socialization, that means sharing experiences. Exteriorization, that is confiscation and documentation. Combination, expansion of knowledge, and individualization of experiences. Now, why are we studying this? Because this is what involves the knowledge management. Having information and sharing information is one, but collecting that information, processing that information, and taking out some kind of conclusions from that information, taking out some kind of comparative analysis through that information, understanding how that information can be utilized in future or at present to change things is what is knowledge management. So information management is collecting them and keeping them with you, but knowledge management is processing them, doing a comparative analysis, taking out the conclusions, taking out some kind of conclusive parts out of it and utilizing it in enhancing the things. So that is knowledge management. Ma'am, next slide, please. Now, role of knowledge management in education, a part which we will be discussing in brief because we have already talked about it. The modern environment is known as knowledge city, and we all need to have to and work towards knowledge management. The higher education, or HEI, is going to be the term which you will be hearing on consistent basis from this slide onwards. Are the creator of knowledge, trainer of young minds, and the transmitter of culture, but also a major agent of economic growth. Higher education institutions are the knowledge factories, and they are at the core of knowledge economy. So though in this particular lecture we will be concentrating on knowledge management and how to use the knowledge management, but otherwise also one important aspect, as I already said before, that we going to be talking about knowledge management and utility of it. Ma'am, next slide, please. Now, it's about the corporate and educational institutions. They have started realizing that knowledge is going to be one of their USPs. And for engineering faculties, USP means unique selling propositions or something unique which provides them with a competitive advantage. Competitive advantage. Because today, if you look at colleges, if you look at universities, today, let's talk about the Chandigarh University just for one example. Chandigarh University is using Blackboard. Is using Blackboard in order to provide knowledge or in order to take lectures. That's a platform which has been used by Blackboard, which is called Blackboard. Very expensive, and some particular platform which has been taken up from USA. Now, what does that particular platform helps in the university? That particular platform helps the university in implementing the tools of knowledge management. It is continuous evaluation of the students. It is participation of the students. I was giving you an example of coming up with certain questions and cross-checking how many have replied, how many have not replied, who has not replied, and all that. That is all possible because of that particular software. So what are we doing? We are making that particular tool, that particular software which we have taken as our competitive advantage tool, competitive advantage software, where we are informing and advertising, saying that this is what has been used by us and the top 100 educational institutions of the world, and We are one of the premium institutions who has taken that particular software. So be a part with us. And exactly this is what you're going to see in the upcoming days. Starting from today, there are corporate houses, there are universities, there are different kind of other educational and other institutions which are going to rely upon and going to make knowledge management as their competitive advantage, and they're going to utilize that only. There are so many online educational platforms and institutions which have opened. There are consultancy firms which have started. There is almost a grant of around 37 lakh which is right now paying, which is right now there with UGC unutilized, a grant fine for the projects on knowledge management. So that's a kind of an environment which is there in, because the government have also realized that it is going to be a key component of progress and success in the coming days. So a lot of efforts has been done, a lot of new organizations have been coming up, a lot of things has been done here and there in order to enhance the knowledge management. The reason behind that, because every organization involved into the services sector, categorically the services sector, is an understanding the importance of this concept of knowledge management, including educational institutions. Because today, if you do not have access to your students, today, if you do not have a particular way of approaching your students, today, if you do not know how to engage your students, or what are the attributes that your students are required, which you need to deliver offline, online, I think we would completely miss the bus. We will completely miss the vehicle, and we cannot afford to do that. And how that will be known to us? That will be known to us with the help of knowledge management, which we have, which we possess, and which we utilize. But so far, most of the educational institutions are having information. They are not having knowledge management. That is the difference. Can we go to the next slide, please? Slide which talks about the role of knowledge management. I just want all of your attention to these points, and if there is any query from any of these points, you can please ask me, because this is one of the most key slide in the whole presentation what I'm giving. Rest all you people can see later on, because I will be sharing my this particular presentation with the organizers, and then organizers can share it with you if in case anyone requires. But this is the key slide. Now, this is what knowledge management or education institutions will be better able to increase student retention and graduation rates, retain a workforce in the face of severe employee shortages, expand new program offerings, work to analyze the most cost-effective use of marketing technology and other strategies to meet more enrollments, transform existing processes and systems to provide information, compete in an environment where institutions cross state and national borders to meet student need anytime and anywhere. So these are some of the key state advantages which can be drawn by an educational institutions by implementing a good knowledge management system in the organization or in the institution. Any question, any query from any of the points, please, if anyone wants to ask anything from this. Out of this 5-6 points, if there is any particular point which you like me to discuss or which you like me to talk on. Okay, I think these points are self-explanatory, and I am not finding any kind of a question from anyone. And this is what you've been asking, ma'am, when you asked me that how to make student or the people participate when you are delivering a lecture. So now you must be very well aware about how difficult it is when you have to make people participate in this.
Yes, sir. Definitely, this problem is we are talking about.
No, absolutely, I understand, because it's a practical example which we are seeing right now in front of us. So, and it is not because people don't want to participate. Sometimes it becomes difficult for them to. Now, for example, I give you a simple example. If somebody is participating into this FDP through a mobile phone, then typing a complete message on a mobile phone and whatever point is there and sending it on it, it also is a difficult task. So automatically, it is not that people don't want to participate. It is all about a platform on which they are using, or the kind of an environment they're sitting and they're using. So there are a number of controllable and uncontrollable factors which contribute towards this kind of an outcome. So completely understandable. Ma'am, can we go to the next slide, please? Three important components of teaching or education. One is teaching, second is research, and third is service. And service is to participate in outreach activities that serves the local, national, or international communities. So these are the important three components which has been mentioned by Gautam. Thank you so much for acknowledging this, and I'm really happy that these contents are, I've been able to convey these contents to you. Teaching to prepare students to become successful, research to expand the frontiers of human knowledge, and service to participate into other activities than just the teaching one. Ma'am, next slide, please. Yes, this is an important slide. The reason behind that, because in a management or knowledge management in a school, now from school we mean to say that an educational institution. It can be an engineering college or it can be a management college, but it makes a less sense. Now, the growth of knowledge and becoming a knowledge management in this case is from data, we go to information, and from information, we go to knowledge. And when we accumulate that knowledge, process that knowledge, take out some comparative analysis or take out some particular other aspects from that knowledge, that becomes a part of knowledge management. Now, important part in this too, knowledge creation and data mining. Data mining means taking out your required data from the pool of knowledge, or from the pool of knowledge management. That is also a part and parcel of the knowledge management. So school culture, knowledge and strategies, staff competencies, information technology into the strategy process, describing how this development affects the implementation of knowledge management. These all are going to be a part and parcel of the strategic plan of knowledge management. So my request to all the seniors who are working on the managerial or management positions in the educational institution is that we need to immediately start working on some kind of, it should be a very basic and initial start. We need to start working on some kind of a methodologies or techniques by which we can create a culture of knowledge management first among the faculty, then the students. You cannot directly take it to the students. It is not possible. It will not get implemented, because the people who has to implement it, first they need to be very well acquainted with this concept of knowledge management. So first it has to be done with the faculties, then it has to be taken to the students. I give you a simple example. Two people working together on a research paper or on a research project, it usually hardly happens in the educational institutions today, of the same department. Forget about cross research, forget about a management faculty dealing with some mechanical faculty, or doing some collaborative research with some chemical or engineer or some other particular faculty, or some BC or MCA or computer science faculties. In the department only, sometimes it becomes a big question mark that one marketing faculty or one HR faculty working with another marketing or HR faculty on the same project or on the same research paper. It is not that the faculty doesn't want to work. It is not that they do not feel interested in working together. It is about the culture in the department. It is about the environment in the department. It is about giving them a thought process of survival of the fittest. So that is what actually hinders the knowledge management and the process. So we need to make it a culture. Ma'am, next slide, please. Now, this is called a cognitive pyramid. Now, this cognitive pyramid talks about both the components of knowledge management. One is the information management, second is the knowledge management. Now, if you look at this particular diagram, it's a triangle which is going from data, because data is huge. From data, you draw information which is usually less than the data. And from information, you take out knowledge, which is again lesser than the information, because you take out only that important content from these things, or you take out only the conclusion from these things, which actually provide you the answers to your queries. So this is called a cognitive pyramid. And important part in this to look at is the decision risk. It is the highest at the bottom and the least at the top, which means to say that if you're going to take any kind of a decision just based upon data, the chances of you making a mistake is the highest. But if you're going to make a decision at the top, where there is a complete concept of knowledge management being implemented, you are doing a particular analysis of your decision, you are sharing that particular understanding and knowledge with the people who are directly or indirectly connected with your decision or going to get impacted with your decision, and then take a decision, your decision will be more concrete and you can get or see more efficient and effective outcomes of your decision. Now, sometimes we as a management people feels that if you're going to do this, it is going to be very time consuming, and time consuming means the decisions are going to get delayed. Definitely it is time consuming. Definitely the decisions are going to get delayed, but only in the beginning. Once you will make it a habit, once you will make it a culture in your organization, in your institutions, then it will be automatically going to keep on taking place on the regular basis, and you need not to be worried about, or you need not to be too much and time, it won't be too much of time consuming, because this will become a part of your process. So the way you take decisions on daily basis, the same way your decisions will be taking place, because this knowledge you are not going to confine to individuals. You're not going to confine this knowledge to individuals. This knowledge is going to be there in some kind of particular, on some kind of a particular platform, maybe in your laptops or in your systems or some other place like that. So from processing to cognition, from cognition to judgment, and judgment is based upon three different things. One, it based upon your experience, it based upon your studies and knowledge, and it based upon the information which has been provided to you. Based upon these three important pillars, you take a judgment and then share your decisions and judgments with all the concerns. And there you will find that the decisions which you will be taking at the top of this pyramid are going to be more sustainable decisions and less prone to any kind of contingencies or any kind of difficulties. Ma'am, next please. How does knowledge management contribute to schools? Knowledge management in schools can be conceptualized as strategic management activities that supports the teachers to collect information, make use of organization's knowledge resource to carry out their teaching and task effectively. So this is where we're going to start with how to implement and how to use the knowledge management in an institution. So collecting information, that is data processing, and using that information, using that data in order to do a cognition or coming up with some kind of a preliminary results is how faculties can do it. How faculties can utilize it, can do it. Ma'am, next slide, please. These knowledge management practices can help capture, codify, and distribute knowledge in the schools. Now we are talking about the top pyramid, top of the pyramid, where we are talking about the knowledge management and shared understanding through the application of IT technologies or human interaction, so it can be shared by all teachers. One important thing which we have worked out, or which we have understood when I was studying this knowledge management, which I have come across, is that knowledge management requires interaction. Either your interaction with the system or your interaction with your colleagues. And one of the biggest thing which is missing in the universities or in the colleges these days, or in the educational institution these days, is that communication between the people and the faculties have cut down to a larger extent. We are sitting in a group, but we are sitting individually in that group, because either we are busy with our phones, or we are busy with our laptops, or we are busy with some component like that. So an environment has to be created where people should be encouraged to share their mind. People should be encouraged to share their thought processes. People should be encouraged to share their even a simple thing like what are the topics on which you people are sharing or you're working these days, or what kind of research papers you're working on. It is not wrong to share that information with each other, but how many of us do that? How many of us share with our colleagues on what particular topics of research are we working on? How many of us has thought of that if I'm not able to work out on any kind of a statistical tool, that there is a faculty in my department who's very good at statistical tool, let me go and take the help from them and let me try to do it. Culture of knowledge management, which is required. Ma'am, can we go to the next one, please? No, then the next slide. Okay, the next to it. We are going to take the last 3 or 4 slides. We are going to come to that. Fine. No, I'm not asking you, ma'am. Can we go to the previous one? I'm just sharing it with the participants that we are going to take the last 3 or 4 slides, after which I will be just completing with the concluding remarks. The previous to this. Okay. In this particular slide, what we are saying, what we are sharing with each other is school policies can be adjusted in light of teacher feedback for maximizing student learning. The culture of feedback needs to be there in all aspects in order to start as a knowledge management tool. Feedback from the students, feedback from the teachers. Usually whenever we talk about the term feedback, we think it's complaint. Feedback is not complaint. Feedback is not about cribbing about the things which are not there. Feedback is about telling or sharing the solutions. We have built up in such a way that whenever we talk about feedback, either we take a feedback from a student or we take a feedback from a faculty. If we take a feedback from the student, we are more interested in knowing the negative feedback from the student about the faculties. And if we take a feedback from the faculty, we want to have a more negative feedback from the faculty about the work culture, about the unreasonable pressures, and about what all issues are there. The problem with us is that we do not come up with the environment in which we do not share the problems, we share the solutions of the problems. We don't encourage that particular tool among the faculties or among the students. If student is saying that it is very difficult to interact with the faculty when only faculty is visible online, we are facing problems, we are not feeling encouraged to participate, have we ever asked the student that according to you what should be done? Have we ever tried to understand from the student that whatever needs to be done, fine, is it actually feasible to do that? Because student can say anything. They will be saying, sir, don't take classes, just let us sit for the term and papers and it is done. The way it has already been done. So, but it is all about interaction, and that is what knowledge management talks about, and that is what knowledge sharing talks about, and which is the important component. So feedback plays a very significant role. Ma'am, next slide. Now, knowledge management to capture and retain experienced teachers. So this is one component which categorically I have taken up these 2-3 slides for the people who are involved into the management of the colleges and universities, categorically who are there among the positions of the HODs and the directors and all that, who takes decision on HR policies. So important part in this is one of the biggest problem which we face, we do not understand the strength which has been provided to us by our faculty. Categorically experienced faculty. They are an asset of an organization. We treat students as customers, as education institutions. We treat students as customers, or we treat the corporate companies or the placement companies as customers. We never treat faculties as them. And that is one of the biggest reason, or that is one of the biggest question mark which is there in the education sector of India. we never treat faculties as assets. We treat more faculties as liabilities. I'm sorry I'm making this statement, and I may be wrong, and you people can have very contradictory views about this, but at one point or the other, this somehow in the majority of cases, this is the fact. Treating faculties as liabilities. The moment we will start treating faculties as our USPs, as our key components, believe me, most of the culture in the educational institutions will change. You will find a drastic change in that culture. You will find that people or the faculty will start feeling more connected with your organizations. They will start sharing more knowledge with your organizations. And that will strengthen your knowledge management efforts. That will help you in enhancing your capacity of the new people as well as the older people who are working, or the more experienced people who are working in your organizations. Well, I think I've started getting, can we go to the next slide, ma'am?
बस फिर ਉਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਨਾ ਕਨੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਓਕੇ
Well, I think though there is some technical issues with the problem, or some internet problem is there. Most of the content we have already covered up in the end. I just want to conclude my today's lecture with the statement saying that knowledge management has to be made a culture in the organizations and the environment. We always talk about giving some kind of competitive advantage to our students, and this competitive advantage cannot be given through the books only, through the teaching only, or through some particular components of making them more acquainted with the surroundings or the environment. If you want to give a competitive advantage to your students, you should encourage them to start coordinating, collaborating, and sharing. And this will only happen when you're going to bring in that environment in your organizations. The moment you will start bringing in those environments in your organization, you will understand that the performance of not only yours or your educational institutions, but your students and all the other parties involved into it will drastically improve. You will find you learn from me, I learn from you kind of an environment. Your group activities are going to will start showing better performances. Your elaboration or of the things will start giving you more inputs. You will find that the contribution which has been made by the students as well as the other parties involved into your pedagogical tools are going to start bearing better results. So this culture has to be developed, and this culture should be developed not from bottom to top. This culture has to develop from top to bottom, because knowledge management cannot be implemented from the grassroots level and then go to the top level. It has to be implemented from the top level, make it a culture, and then disseminated it to the bottom level. That is how it has to be done. So with this, I think I should end my today's lecture. Thank you so much for this audience, and categorically to those people who have participated in this chat and all, and ensuring that I am aware that everyone is there and understanding the concepts for learning. I will love to spend some more time with all of you some other day, maybe not on this kind of platform, but maybe off the chat also we can discuss certain things. And if you have any queries, any kind of questions, you can put it forward to me. I will be sharing, definitely I will be sharing my PPT with all of you. I will be sharing it with the organizers. Dr. Navdeep Kaur will have the PPT, and then she can share that PPT with all of you. If in case any one of you are interested, you can send a message to her, or you can just mail it to her, and she will be sharing the PPTs with you. So thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for this patience and listening to me for such a long time, even though there are some technical glitches, but I think we've been able to get the crux of this discussion. And I wish you all a very good luck for the upcoming sessions and the upcoming days. And I am sure that all of you are going to have a very enriching experience. Thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you so much, Dr. Thank you to Dr. Parampal sir for inviting me and making me a part of this particular discussion. Thank you, Dr. Navdeep, for being able to do the job which was supposed to be done by me, but you I've been bothering you again and again. Move the slide ahead, move the slide back. So thank you so much for that. Thank you, everyone.
Dr. Chahal, it is always a pleasure to listen to you, and it was a nice, very informative kind of a lecture, and hope to see you soon.
Definitely, sir, for sure. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, sir. Today's session is going to be wind up, and we will have a second day. Tomorrow we'll have second day, and we will start at 9:30. First session is covered by Dr. Jagwinder Singh, Professor and Head of the Department, NIT Jalandhar. Thank you so much for joining us here for a whole day. Tomorrow we'll see you here at 9:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you.